The provocation of the 1,000 rivers. The journey of 100,000 li only took a few hours for everyone. The eastern dark rock peak was their destination. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, what they saw was a boundless stone forest. This area was made up of countless stone peaks, each of which was more than 100 meters tall. The entrance to the eastern nether ancient battlefield is among these stone peaks. The entrance to the battlefield has yet to open. Lu Xiao explained. Everyone stopped a short distance away from Xiaofan, watching from a distance. At this moment, Xiaofan was surrounded by a dense crowd of people. Ha ha ha, Lu Xiao, you're early. How many pieces of trash did you bring this time? At this moment, an arrogant laugh was heard. After that dash, buzz, buzz. A series of air-rending sounds came over, and a large group of figures flew over here. The number of people was unusually large. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and realized that there were at least 600 to 700 people. The leader of the group was a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe. The group of people stopped not far from Lu Ming and the rest. The skinny middle-aged man looked at Lu Xiao with a mocking expression. "Zhao Sui, is that you?" he asked. Lu Xiao's face darkened when he saw the skinny man. "Haha, why? Lu Xiao, you don't welcome me?" "That's true. Every time the selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards is held, the trash of the Cloud Emperor mountain range that you led has always ended in a crushing defeat. No one from the Cloud Emperor mountain range has joined the Emperor Sky Divine Guards for 2 consecutive years. Compared to our 1,000 river waters, it's really a tragic sight." The skinny man, Zhao Sui, laughed mockingly. Lu Xiao's face turned even gloomier. However, Zhao Sui obviously didn't want to stop here. He glanced at the people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range and said, "I didn't expect that there are so many people from the Yundi mountain range who passed the preliminaries this time. Let me see how many there are. TSK. There are still 97 people. Compared with the 689 people from our 1,000 river region, there are only 500 or 600 people left. Not many, not many. Also, Lu Xiao, you're too cruel. These 97 people should be all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Be careful that they don't all die in the eastern nether ancient battlefield. If that happens, the Cloud Emperor mountain range, a place where even birds don't want to shit, will suffer even more." Zhao Sui's triangular eyes swept across the people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, full of ridicule. "Zhao Sui, you." Lu Xiao's expression was extremely ugly. The other people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range also had ugly expressions. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash wants to pass the Detian Divine Guard selection? They really don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. They're indulging in wild fantasies." In the 1,000 river region, some of the young men also laughed mockingly. The young men from the 1,000 river region looked at the Cloud Emperor mountain range with contempt. Detestable. Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the others were all proud and arrogant. How could they bear such contempt? They gritted their teeth. "Kid, it's you? Haha, I've finally found you." All of a sudden, a furious roar was heard from the waters of the 1,000 rivers. A young man flew out and stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. "Autumn water." Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This young man was Li Qiushui. It seemed that she had already discovered him. "Li Qiushui, what are you doing? Last time you ran away so quickly. Are you thanking me for not killing you this time?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "Brat, you should die. Let's see who can save you this time." Autumn water roared. "Oh, then you can try." Lu Ming gave him a sidelong glance. "Junior brother, is the kid you mentioned the trash from the Cloud Emperor mountain range?" At this moment, a blue-robed young man walked out from behind Li Qiushui and said indifferently. "Senior disciple Jiang, that's right. It's this man. Not only did he use despicable means to rob the treasure I got from the Heaven's Gate, but he also ambushed me and injured me." Li Autumn Water shouted. "Despicable methods? To plot against him?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ming simply wanted to laugh. This Li Autumn Water was too shameless. Lu Ming had clearly defeated him head-on, but in his words, it was an ambush. "You are indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. You only know how to plot. Kid, I'll give you 3 breaths to hand over the treasure you got from junior brother Li Qiushui in the Gate of Heaven. Then, kneel down and admit your mistake in front of everyone. I can only cripple your cultivation and spare your dog life. Senior brother Jiang looked at Lu Ming coldly and spoke in a charitable tone. AI. When is the Eastern Nether battlefield going to open? I'm not in a good mood anymore after being surrounded by a few dogs barking. Lu Ming ignored senior brother Jiang and scanned the stone peaks. Senior martial brother Jiang's face turned livid. Lu Ming actually dared to ignore him. He was simply courting death. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from senior brother Jiang's body. A complete force was formed. Combined with his powerful cultivation, it formed a powerful pressure that spread across the entire area. Aside from Jian Fengyun and Lu Xiao, everyone else in the Cloud King mountain range was shocked. This senior brother Jiang's strength was extremely terrifying. He gave off the feeling that he was definitely not weaker than young Master Tian Shi, who was ranked second on the Cloud Emperor list. Lu Ming's expression turned grave as he stared at senior brother Jiang. Brat, die! You won't even have the chance to beg for mercy now. Senior martial brother Jiang's face was extremely gloomy. So much nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Lu Ming said coldly. He was fearless. With his current combat strength, even if he couldn't defeat senior brother Jiang wouldn't be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. Buzz! At this moment, the sound of a sword was heard. A figure suddenly appeared between Lu Ming and senior brother Jiang. It was Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun. Seeing Jian Fengyun, senior brother Jiang's expression turned serious. Jian Fengyun had once adventured in the waters of the Thousand Rivers, and senior brother Jiang had seen him before. There was only one person in the Cloud King mountain range that he was afraid of: Jian Fengyun. He didn't care about the others at all. Jiang Chun, today is the day of the Ditian Divine Guard selection. If you want to fight here, aren't you afraid that you'll cause the unhappiness of the major characters in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Jian Fengyun looked at senior brother Jiang and said coldly. Haha, Jian Fengyun, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise this time, it won't be like the last time, where I only left a scar on your face. Instead, I'll take your life. At this time, a loud laugh came from the waters of the Thousand Rivers. A young man with a jade-like appearance walked out. Jian Fengyun's expression turned grim when he saw the young man. He was injured by this person when he was wandering in the Thousand River region. This person was the 18th ranked genius of the Thousand River region. Jian Fengyun had fought with him for hundreds of moves before he was defeated in one move. The past was the past. Now, I will definitely win. Jian Fengyun's eyes were like two divine swords. He was filled with confidence. Certain victory? What a joke. The handsome young man sneered with disdain. It looked like a great battle was about to break out. Zhao Sui watched coldly from the side, waiting to watch a good show. Lu Xiao's face was extremely gloomy. The geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range would be like eggs hitting a stone if they fought with the geniuses of the Thousand River region. They would end badly. He wanted to stop Zhao Sui, but he knew that Zhao Sui would not let him. The ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a few terrifying auras filled the air, as deep as the ocean. Everyone was shocked. They looked up and saw 4 figures above the countless stone peaks. These 4 figures stood in 4 different directions. Each figure was shining with a bright light, gold, red, or blue. It was impossible to see his real body clearly, but his aura was simply too shocking. A king! It's a king! The king has appeared. The entrance to the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield is about to open. Someone shouted. The tense atmosphere between Lu Ming and the rest and the geniuses of the Thousand River region also eased. Buzz! Buzz! The 4 king tiers made their moves. One after another, dazzling beams of light shot out from their hands, entering the many stone peaks. At this moment, countless stone peaks glowed, and countless runes flickered. Kid, you'd better hand over those treasures. Otherwise, even if I don't kill you now, you'll definitely die when you enter the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. Autumn Water looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Lu Ming pursed his lips and ignored him. Autumn Water's face turned red. Junior brother Li, why are you talking so much to him? Once you enter the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield, just kill him directly. Not only do you have to kill him, but you also have to kill everyone from the Cloud Emperor mountain range that you see until they give in. Jiang Chun sneered. That's right. It's just what I want. It's time to let these barbarian-like things know our power. The handsome young man also sneered. Hearing this, all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range changed their expressions. There were so many people in the Thousand River region and countless geniuses. If they really attacked them, their trip to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld would be in danger. Damn it! It's all Lu Ming's fault. Yang Liuji growled in his heart. His combat power was not strong, and if he encountered an expert from the Thousand River waters, he would probably be in trouble. You guys go ahead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, let's wait and see in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. Zhao Sui sneered and flew to the side. The geniuses of the Thousand River region looked at them with hostility, then followed Zhao Sui and flew to the side. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the light from the countless stone peaks became even more resplendent. Countless runes appeared and gathered in the sky, gradually forming a large array. Open! The four kings roared in unison. Suddenly, the array condensed and a black vortex appeared in the sky. This vortex was extremely huge, covering the endless stone peaks. Is this the entrance to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld? This is too big. Countless people were dumbfounded. All right, the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield is open. You can enter now. A majestic voice came from one of the kings. Let's go in. Let's go. Immediately, the dense crowd flew toward the vortex. Remember, try your best to enter together. That way, when you arrive at the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld, it is more likely that you will be teleported to a similar distance. Lu Xiao ordered. Everyone nodded, and the group of 98 people rushed toward the vortex. As soon as they rushed into the vortex, they felt that the world was spinning. Lu Ming and the rest had disappeared without a trace. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming began to feel dizzy. The next moment, he heard earth-shattering shouts. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and his pupils contracted sharply. He was shocked. In front of him, in the sky, there were countless figures crisscrossing each other, and the smell of blood permeated the air. There was a fierce battle going on here. Boom! There was a giant hand that covered the sky, a sword chi that cut across the universe, a spear radiance that pierced through the heaven and earth, and a flame that burned everything. Strong, he was too strong. Countless unimaginable experts were fighting. The entire world was torn apart. One by one, the powerful experts were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground like dumplings. What's going on? Where is this place? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a ray of sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword gleam seemed to have come from the depths of the universe. The space was torn apart and it was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's strength was as insignificant as dust in front of this sword gleam. Ah! Lu Ming let out a long howl. He was not willing to be killed just like that. He wanted to resist with all his might. Boom! He felt his vision go black, and the next moment, he opened his eyes. The gentle breeze and the fragrance of flowers assailed his nose. Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a grassland that was full of wildflowers. The terrifying battlefield had disappeared without a trace. Was everything just an illusion? This place is called the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Perhaps it's just a reflection of the real scene from back then. Lu Ming made a guess. Perhaps everyone who had just entered would have seen that scene. It was formed by an immortal fighting spirit that flowed between heaven and earth. Even time would not be able to decay it. This ancient battlefield is probably not simple. According to the records, the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld is just a corner of another ancient battlefield. It's separated from the original world and has been refined by the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, his expression changed, and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in his hand. There was a piece of news that came from Jian Fengyun. He had gathered everyone in the Cloud King mountain range. It's in the north. Since it can be received through the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, it means that it's within 10,000 miles. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He intended to act alone, but since it wasn't far, there was no harm in taking a look. He rose into the air and headed north. The distance of less than 10,000 miles was covered in a moment. There were already dozens of people gathered by a small lake. All of them were geniuses from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, everyone's eyes were on him. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, a few figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. It was Lan Yundao, Yan Feishuan, Yang Liuji, and a few others. Lu Ming, you actually dare to gather here. You're really looking for death. It's not easy to kill you outside, but I don't have such concerns in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. Lan Yun said. The voices of Yan Feishuan and the others were extremely cold. You want to kill me with just you trash? What a joke. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he smiled faintly. Lu Ming, don't think that just because you scored higher than me in the preliminaries, you are more powerful than me. Now, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Divine Sun Fist. Yan Feishuan let out a long howl. His fist glowed as he threw a punch. A dazzling sun appeared and shot towards Lu Ming. The power was several times stronger than Yang Liuji's fist of the Great Sun. Boom! Lu Ming was very direct. He swept his long spear and fused the power of wind and fire. Yan Feishuan's sun fist force was like a small flame that was extinguished. The spear radiance didn't stop and continued to bombard Yan Feishuan's body. Yan Feishuan screamed and flew out like a cannonball for 1,000 meters. He coughed up blood and his face was pale. His eyes were full of horror. You still dare to say you're amazing? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Conflict. Departure. The whole place was dead silent. Most of the people looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming was too powerful. In the preliminary round, although Lu Ming's points were higher than Yan Feishuan's, it was not much higher. Their combat strength should be on the same level. Now, Lu Ming had beaten Yan Feishuan to the point where he coughed up blood with one move. How could they be on the same level? Lan Yundao's expression froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Even he could not injure Yan Feishuan with a single move. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength was already above his? How was that possible? On the side, Yang Liuji's face was pale and his eyes were wide open. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Lu Ming's combat strength was too scary. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You've injured your own people and reduced the strength of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. What are you trying to do? Lan Yundao's eyes rolled and he suddenly shouted. That's right, Lu Ming. You've offended the people of the 1,000 river waters and you're making us take the blame. I suggest that we let Lu Ming leave the team. The people of the 1,000 river waters want Lu Ming, not us. As long as Lu Ming is not around, the people of the 1,000 river waters will not make things difficult for us. Yang Liuji, who was hiding behind Lan Yundao, also shouted. If he could not defeat Lu Ming, he would use his power to suppress Lu Ming and make him leave the team. That's right, Lu Ming. If you're in the team, all of us will be harmed by you. Lan Yundao also shouted. The rest of the people also looked at Lu Ming with unfriendly gazes. They felt that Lan Yundao and Yang Liuji's words made sense. Hee, if you want me to leave, I'll leave without you telling me. But before I leave, I'll kill you all first. Lu Ming sneered. Buzz! Lu Ming thrust his spear at Lan Yundao. The spear's radiance burst out. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Lan Yundao. A jet-black sword light slashed out and clashed with Lu Ming's spear radiance. Boom! The force shot out in all directions. Lu Ming's body swayed and he took 3 steps back. Young Master Tian Shi. The one who suddenly attacked was young Master Tian Shi. Young Master Tian Shi's face darkened. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've gone too far. You've done something wrong and implicated others. Now you want to kill someone? Do you really think you're invincible? Oh, it seems like you want to meddle in other people's business? Lu Ming sneered. What do you mean by being a busybody? Brother Lan is my best friend. Furthermore, what he said is right. You should get out of the team to avoid harming others. Young Master Tianxi said in a gloomy voice. Insect, let's see if you can stop me. Lu Ming's body emitted a powerful aura. What did you just say? You're looking for death. Young Master Tianxi burst out with cold killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a reptile. Damn it! Young Master Tianxi's body exuded a terrifying aura, which was much stronger than Lan Yundao and the others. Young Master Tianxi, ranked second on the Cloud Emperor ranking list, was able to compete with Jian Fengyun. Lan Yundao was definitely no match for him. Their combat strength was terrifying. Lu Ming was probably not their match now. However, Lu Ming was fearless. Even if he was no match, it was impossible for young Master Tianxi to kill him. Everyone, this Lu Ming is a scourge. Keeping him alive will only get us killed. Why don't we attack together and kill him? At this moment, Lan Yundao called out to the others in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The others' eyes flickered. That's right, I agree with what Brother Lan said. Someone stood out and looked at Lu Ming with killing intent. I also agree. More than a dozen people stepped forward in succession. Together with young Master Tianxi and Lan Yundao, they formed a powerful force and pressed toward Lu Ming. Among them were geniuses like Ji Rufeng, who was ranked 7th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. However, there were also some people who stood still. Haha, Lu Ming, you've become public enemy. Surrender. Lan Yundao sneered. You think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered, not afraid at all. Everyone. At this moment, Jian Fengyun walked out and frowned. The incident at the Thousand River region has nothing to do with Lu Ming. The Thousand River region has always looked down on us. Even without Lu Ming, I'm afraid they won't show us any mercy. What's wrong? Jian Fengyun, are you going to protect Lu Ming? Young Master Tianxi said. I'm not trying to protect anyone, I'm just telling the truth. Jian Fengyun's brows furrowed even more. Hee, Jian Fengyun, if you want to protect Lu Ming, then we can't work together anymore. Let's leave. Young Master Tianxi said coldly. Hee. At this moment, Lu Ming sneered. He glanced at young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the others. His killing intent flickered as he said, Didn't you want me to leave? I'll leave, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Today, Lu Ming had originally wanted to kill Lan Yundao, Yang Liuji, and the others in one fell swoop to get rid of future trouble. But with young Master Tianxi's interference, it would be difficult to handle. Moreover, Lu Ming predicted that Jian Fengyun would definitely intervene if a huge battle were to break out. Jian Fengyun wouldn't side with any of them, but it would be impossible to kill Lan Yundao and the others with his interference. In that case, it was better to leave first and improve his cultivation and combat strength. Next time, he would kill Lan Yundao and young Master Tianxi. And Qiu Changkong. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, but he did not see Qiu Changkong. It seemed that Qiu Changkong hadn't teleported to the nearby area. Next time? You're the one who's going to die. Young Master Tianxi sneered. He had the intention to kill Lu Ming, but he knew that it was impossible with Jian Fengyun's interference. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. He moved and left the place quickly. Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the rest sneered as they watched Lu Ming leave. It's extremely dangerous at night in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to survive on your own. There's still a next time? In your dreams. Lan Yundao was laughing in his heart. Buzz. Lu Ming soared into the sky. A moment later, he was already 10,000 miles away. I must find a way to improve my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to achieve anything in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield where geniuses are as common as clouds. Lu Ming pondered. This area was full of vitality, unlike the desolate and silent battlefield that he had imagined. It seemed that after a long time, this land had already recovered its vitality. From time to time, he could see groups of demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts were not of high levels and Lu Ming had no interest in hunting them. Also, It's best to find an ancient city before dark. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous. Lu Ming frowned. 2 days ago, he had also studied the ancient records regarding the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. According to the records, the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield would become extremely strange and dangerous at night. Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Soon, a vast mountain appeared in front of him. In the vast mountains, ancient trees reached the sky, and the roars of beasts echoed. Lu Ming did not stop and flew over the mountain. Gah! Before he could fly far, a sharp cry rang out. A giant strange bird rushed out of the forest, its wings flapping and bringing with it gusts of strong wind. A pair of sharp iron claws clawed at Lu Ming. A Class 7 Level 4 demonic beast, he exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart stirred. A terrifying night. A Class 7 4th level demonic beast was equivalent to a Class 7 martial ancestor realm martial artist. Finally, a high-level demonic beast has appeared. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At the same time, a light flashed in his hand and a long spear was formed. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the air and pierced through the strange bird's chest. The strange bird let out a shrill cry as a large hole exploded in its chest. It fell from the sky without any signs of life. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed forward and controlled his 9-dragon bloodline to devour the strange bird's blood essence. At the same time, he struck out with his palm and split the strange bird's body open. He took out a demonic core from within. Lu Ming would not miss the demonic core of a 7th grade 4th level demonic beast. The bloodline of the 9 dragons swallowed the demonic pill and began to refine it. A portion of the energy from the blood essence and the monster core was converted into genuine qi. It was a pity that with Lu Ming's current cultivation at the 5th tier martial arts grandmaster realm, the blood essence and demonic core of a 7th tier 4th level demonic beast had limited effects on him. It seems like there are high-level demonic beasts in this forest. I'll hunt them while I search for the ancient city. After making up his mind, Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Roar! Not long after, a loud roar was heard. A ferocious tiger with 2 heads charged out of the forest and pounced at Lu Ming. A moment later, the tiger's blood essence and demonic core were converted into Lu Ming's essential qi. The mountain forest was very large. Lu Ming had been flying for 5 to 6 hours, but he still had not left the mountain forest. During this process, Lu Ming had killed more than a dozen 7th and 8th grade 4th level demonic beasts, refining their blood essence and demonic cores. Lu Ming's cultivation had only reached the peak of the early stage of the 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, not even the middle stage. This made Lu Ming somewhat speechless. At this time, the sun set and night began to fall. Ever since the sun had set, the forest had become completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Other than the sound of the wind, all other sounds seemed to have disappeared at this moment. It was as if all the other living beings had disappeared. The world was silent. Lu Ming frowned and rushed down the mountain forest. Sure enough, there was not a single demonic beast in the forest, not even a single insect. Lu Ming was walking in the forest, scanning the area. After a while, he made a discovery. A wolf-shaped monstrous beast was hiding in an underground cave that was more than 10 meters deep. It was shivering as if it was extremely afraid. Lu Ming frowned. He left the underground cave and continued to move forward. At some point in time, the sky had been covered with thick dark clouds, and the world was dark. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could only see a few hundred meters away. A cold wind blew, and it was particularly eerie. Lu Ming frowned. He moved and landed on a big tree to observe his surroundings. Kaka. All of a sudden, a series of strange cries rang out from afar. The sound was getting closer and closer, as if it was rushing toward Lu Ming. Kaka. The cries grew louder and noisier. It didn't seem to be coming from one thing, but from many. But in the next moment, those voices suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. A cold gust of wind blew past Lu Ming's neck. Not good. Without thinking, Lu Ming soared into the sky. Buzz! A cold and sharp force swept past Lu Ming's body and hit the big tree where he had just landed. The tree was cut in half and fell to the ground. Kaka! Chi chi chi, the strange cry was heard again. At the same time, a cold and sharp force attacked Lu Ming. What the hell is this? Die! Lu Ming held the long spear and swept it out. However, Lu Ming felt that when the long spear swept out, it was as if it was sweeping through the air and there was no place to exert force. The next moment, a cold and sinister force attacked Lu Ming from behind. Buzz! In an instant, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky. Looking down from the sky, Lu Ming finally saw clearly what had attacked him. 7 or 8 black shadows in the shape of humans with unclear facial features were drifting in the air at an extremely fast speed. This damn thing, it can't be a real ghost, right? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that it was very possible. This was an ancient battlefield. Countless living beings had died in battle. Blood flowed like a river, and resentment soared into the sky. It was also possible for evil beings like the spirit race to be born. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming stomped down. Buzz! An inexplicable tremor was felt and a terrifying force exploded from under Lu Ming's feet. There was even the faint roar of a dragon. Kaka! The black specters seemed to be terrified and let out ear-piercing screeches. However, under the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, it instantly turned into dust and dissipated. It seems like the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps has a miraculous effect on this damn thing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Thinking about it, dragons were powerful creatures that stood at the peak of all living things in the world. They were sacred and could not be offended. Not to mention the 9 dragons that were stronger than ordinary true dragons. The 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps was named as the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. It naturally contained the will of 9 dragons. With one step, evil spirits would retreat and spirits would dissipate. Kaka! However, the black spirits were defeated, and the strange ear-piercing cries rang out in the distance again. More spirits were rushing over. Let's leave this place. Lu Ming took a step forward and flew rapidly into the distance. In the pitch-black sky and earth, there were constant strange cries. Lu Ming looked around and saw black shadows flying everywhere. It was as if a group of demons were dancing wildly. Chi chi chi, a few spirits flew toward Lu Ming and shot out cold and sinister energy. Boom! Lu Ming swept his long spear out. 100-meter-long spear ray dispersed the cold and sinister aura, scattering a few spirits at the same time. However, the next moment, the spirits gathered together again, but their bodies seemed to have become smaller. It's not completely ineffective. It's still effective to attack with an aura force, but the effect is weaker. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz! Buzz! Then, he struck out 2 more times with his spear. A thick spear ray shot out, containing a powerful wind and fire force. A few spirits were scattered again, and when they regathered, their bodies were much smaller. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed past them. There were spirits blocking the way in front. Lu Ming used the same method to disperse them. This was all thanks to Lu Ming's fusion of wind and fire force, which was extremely powerful. If it was just a single force, even if it was perfected, it would not have such an effect. As for the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, although it was effective, it consumed too much energy. Lu Ming would not cast it unless it was absolutely necessary. Just like that, Lu Ming kept charging forward. However, after 100 miles, he suddenly stopped and looked ahead in shock. Kacha kacha! In front of them, there was an army in iron armor. However, the armor on each soldier was tattered and full of sword marks. It was filled with the aura of time. Each soldier held a black iron sword and was full of fighting spirit. However, the most terrifying thing was that it was impossible to see each soldier's face clearly. At first glance, it was just a mass of black fog. In the position of their eyes, there were 2 masses of scarlet light. Could this be the legendary Nether Soldier? Lu Ming gasped in shock. A group of Nether soldiers walked forward step by step and disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they were going. This ancient battlefield is indeed evil and terrifying. No wonder it's said to be extremely dangerous at night. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he took a detour and continued to move forward. They turned into energy and dissipated. This The young man and woman were stunned. With a single kick, more than a dozen spirits were crushed, and they could not even condense. What kind of strength was this? Or rather, what kind of force was this that it was so terrifying? According to their understanding, these specters were extremely difficult to destroy. Even a peak sure wouldn't have much of an effect. Those peerless geniuses had extremely profound cultivation, but if they encountered these specters alone, they would most likely be in danger. Only those peerless geniuses who had already comprehended a trace of intent through force could quickly kill these spirits. However, there shouldn't be many of such geniuses in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. To comprehend a trace of intent through force, as long as one's cultivation reached the peak of martial ancestor 9 Dan, they could be called a half-step king. How many people could reach this stage in their 20s? Could it be that this young man who was not even 20 years old was a genius of that level? The young man and woman let their imagination run wild. Let's go now. Lu Ming interrupted their daze and took the lead to fly forward. The two young men and women hurriedly followed. The reason why Lu Ming had saved the two of them was not because he had a burst of compassion. It was just that he felt that the two of them had a deep brother-sister relationship and were willing to sacrifice themselves for others in the face of danger. Lu Ming was touched and saved them in passing. With Lu Ming leading the way, as long as they did not encounter too many spirits, it would not be a big problem. The three of them continued on their way and time passed slowly. 5 or 6 hours later, the first ray of light appeared on the horizon. Purple qi rose from the east, and a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. The moment the sun appeared, all the spirits in the world disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds in the sky also dispersed. Then, the sound of insects and beasts could be heard. The scene was full of vitality and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief and were secretly amazed. This ancient battlefield of the netherworld was truly wondrous. Brother, I'm Song Yu and this is my sister, Song Jing. I really have to thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, we would have died in this ancient battlefield. The young man bowed to Lu Ming. Brother Song, you don't have to be so polite. I was just passing by. Lu Ming said with a smile. No matter what, we will always remember your kindness. All right, may I know your name? Song Yu cupped her fists and said. Song Jing was obviously more shy. She blinked her big eyes at Lu Ming and did not say anything. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. It's Brother Lu. Song Yu cupped her fists again. I don't know what the two of you are planning to do next. To be honest, with your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble if you go out at night. Lu Ming asked. We were quite unlucky. When we were teleported here, we were separated from the people in our area. We don't know how far away we were, so we could only find a city to hide in. According to our family elders, there should be a small city not far from this forest. We wanted to hide there, but before we arrived, the sky turned dark. Song Yu explained. Is there a small city up ahead? Lu Ming asked. An elder of our family once participated in the selection in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield 100 years ago. According to him, there should be a small city ahead. It shouldn't be wrong. Brother Lu, why don't we go together? Song Yu explained and invited him. Chapter 380 UMO Palace. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to find a city to settle down. Otherwise, he would not be in the mood to cultivate at night. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Song Yu and Song Jing were overjoyed. Immediately, the three of them continued along the mountain range. Tens of thousands of miles passed by in a flash. After that, he finally walked out of the forest. After the forest was a plain. The three of them flew for a few more hours before a small city finally appeared in front of them. The three of them were overjoyed and hurriedly flew over. The small city was not big, only a few miles in radius. There are people in the city. Song Jing whispered. Lu Ming and the rest saw it too. It seemed that someone had arrived at the city earlier. On the city wall, there were about a dozen people standing. Outside the city, there were 1 or 2 people who seemed to be talking to the people on the city wall, but they were too far away to hear clearly. The three of them flew directly toward the city. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, when the three of them approached the city, a few sharp sword chi shot towards them. The three of them changed their expressions and stopped abruptly. They dodged the sword chi and stared at the city wall with unsightly expressions. The sword chi just now had come from the city wall. What are you guys doing? Why are you stopping us from entering the city? Song Yu shouted. Hee, you can enter the city if you pay 10 million spiritual crystals each. A young man on the city wall sneered. This young man was wearing a black robe with a skull embroidered on it. In fact, the other dozen or so youths on the city wall were all dressed in the same way. They were all wearing black skeletal robes, and they were obviously from the same force. 10 million spiritual crystals. You're clearly trying to loot a burning house. Song Yu shouted. Robbery? Don't make it sound so bad. This is called a refugee fee. If you pay spiritual crystals, you can take refuge in the city. The previous black-robed skeleton man laughed. On what basis? This city is a public place. Why should we pay you shelter fees? At the bottom of the city wall, there were two young men who had arrived earlier than Lu Ming and the rest. They were shouting loudly. On what basis? Just because we are stronger. Just because we are the disciples of the Nether Demon Palace. Hurry up and hand it over. If you don't, then get lost. If you don't, then you will end up like that. The skeletal black-robed youth shouted coldly and pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a few corpses. They were all young men. Those who have paid the spiritual crystals have all gone in to rest. Those who didn't pay the spiritual crystals and still want to break in can only end up like this. The black-robed skeletal man shouted coldly. The two young men, as well as Song Yu and Song Jing, had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. The disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were too overbearing. Furthermore, the 10 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were all emitting a powerful aura. There were a total of 13 people, and 6 of them exuded the aura of a peak 5th level martial ancestor. The other 7 people were all in the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. 2 of them even exuded the aura of a peak 6th level martial ancestor realm expert. Those who could enter the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield were all geniuses and could fight at least 2 levels above them. Some could even exceed 2 levels. This was an extremely powerful force. Even the weakest among them could be ranked on the Emperor Yun list in the 36 countries. The 2 strongest youths were at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. They were definitely not weaker than Lan Yun Dao. As for Song Yu and Song Jing, they were only in the early stage of the 5th level martial grandmaster realm. The other 2 young men were only in the late stage of the 5th level martial grandmaster realm. The difference was too great. At this moment, should he retreat or advance? If they retreated, they would have to face countless spirits at night, and there might be even more bizarre things. Only death would await them. However, if they entered, each person would have to pay almost 10 million spiritual crystals. 10 million spiritual crystals was a huge sum even for martial arts grandmasters like them. Although they could afford it, it would hurt their bones. We'll pay. The other 2 young men hesitated for a moment and finally made a decision. They gritted their teeth, took out a storage ring each, and handed it to the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeletal man examined it and revealed a satisfied smile. At least you know what's good for you. Go in. The 2 young men had ugly expressions as they flew into the city. Let's hand it over too. Song Yu let out a long sigh and said, Pay. I don't have the habit of giving spirit crystals to others for free. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly. This sentence naturally reached the ears of the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeletal man who had been talking earlier looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze and said, Kid, if you don't want to pay up, then get out of here. Don't be an eyesore. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. He could see Song Yu, Song Jing, and Lu Ming's cultivation levels clearly. They were all trash in the early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. He did not care about them at all. Get lost? You're the ones who want to get out of here. Now get out of here. I want this city. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone present was stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He wanted the people of the Nether Demon Palace to scram? He wanted to occupy this city. Crazy, this kid must be crazy. Even Song Yu and Song Jing were shocked. What was Lu Ming doing? Could it be that he wanted to fight against the people from the Nether Demon Palace? But it was impossible for him to win. Although they knew that Lu Ming's force was extremely powerful, even stronger than a perfected force. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early phase of the 5th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm. No matter how strong his combat strength was, even if he was a rare 3rd-level genius, it was impossible for him to be a match for these people from the Nether Demon Palace. There was actually a common term for those geniuses who could cross levels and fight. They were called the genius of a few battles. For example, those who could cross 1 level to fight were called geniuses of 1 battle, those who could cross 2 levels to fight were called geniuses of 2 battles, and those who could cross 3 levels to fight were called geniuses of 3 battles. Of course, the cross-level battle here was only within the martial arts Grandmaster realm. As for the other realms, they weren't called that. The majority of the peerless geniuses were second-rate geniuses. There were very few people who could surpass a World War II genius. And those who could reach the level of 3 battle geniuses were even rarer. For example, Lan Yundao, Li Qiushui, and even young Master Tianxi were in between World War II and World War III. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fengyun might be a 3-man genius. "Kid, what did you say?" The black-robed skeleton man thought he had heard wrong. "I told you to get lost," Lu Ming repeated. "Ha ha ha, you want us to get lost? Just based on a piece of trash in the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 5, you're dead for sure today. Even if you're a genius, you'll still die today. Kill him." The black-robed skeletal man waved his hand. "Die!" Immediately, a disciple of the Nether Demon Palace flew out and a sharp sword light was aimed at Lu Ming's throat. This young man had a cultivation at the peak of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He was a World War II genius. Unless Lu Ming was a World War III genius, he would definitely die. "You're the one who's going to die." Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. At the same time, a spear's gleam burst out. Puchi! The spear light directly pierced through the chest of the UMO Palace youth. The youngster from the Nether Demon Palace cried out in pain as his body was sent flying by the spear light. With a clang, he was stuck on the city wall. A single spear had killed a 5th-level peak martial ancestor realm genius. Chapter 381 One Step to Death. What? How is that possible? Everyone's eyes widened. The commotion here had already alarmed the people in the city. 7 or 8 people had flown up into the sky to watch. These people had obviously paid 10 million spiritual crystals to take refuge in the city. How audacious! The black-robed skeletal man roared. The eyes of the other young men from the Dark Demon Palace turned cold as well. A powerful aura burst out from their bodies and pressed toward Lu Ming. To be able to kill a martial arts Grandmaster 5-Dan Pinnacle 2nd-level genius with a single spear strike. He was definitely a 3rd-level genius. "Brat, you dare to kill the people of my Nether Demon Palace. Even if you are a genius of 3 battles, you will die today." One of the young men from the Nether Demon Palace shouted coldly. The aura that he exuded was extremely terrifying. It had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. He and the black-robed skeletal man who had been talking earlier were the 2 strongest among the 10-odd youths from the Nether Demon Palace. "Oh really? Then let's see who kills who." Lu Ming held the spear in one hand and walked towards the city, step by step. "Kill! Let's attack together and kill him." The black-robed skeletal man waved his hand. Instantly, the dozen youths from the Nether Demon Palace howled and their bodies flashed rapidly. Black light emanated from their bodies as they slashed at Lu Ming with their swords. With more than a dozen experts joining hands, even an ordinary expert in the early stage of the 9th martial ancestor realm would be instantly blown into pieces. Even if Lu Ming was a level 4 genius, he would still die, let alone a level 3 genius. However, was it possible for him to have won 4 battles? However, they would never have dreamed that Lu Ming was already a level 4 genius before his wind force had broken through to the phenomenal success stage. Now, he had surpassed level 4. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long hiss and his figure soared into the sky. He then took a step forward. This step incorporated the power of wind and fire. Boom! It was as if the 9 dragons had stepped into the sky and were surveying the world. This step, regardless of the number of people, exploded. Bang! Bang! The dozens of geniuses from the Nether Demon Palace, who were below the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, had their bodies exploded. They did not even have the chance to scream. As for those above the 6th martial ancestor realm, they all spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies crackled and it was unknown how many bones they had broken. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. This. Song Yu, Song Jing, and the dozen or so young men who had entered the city to take refuge were all staring with their eyes wide open. Their mouths were wide open, and they could not help but gasp. The scene was too terrifying. With a single step, a dozen geniuses from the Nether Demon Palace were either dead or injured. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm were spitting out blood. Most importantly, Lu Ming was only in the early phase of the 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. How was this possible? How many battles did he have to fight? How could there be such an expert in the world? Damn it. Let's go. This man is a peerless monster. Let's leave first and wait for senior brother Yu and the others to come back before killing him. The black-robed skeletal man roared. He was simply scared out of his wits. You want to leave now? It's too late. Lu Ming sneered and then took another step forward. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. The severely injured disciples of the Dark Demon Palace at the 6th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm screamed in pain. Their bodies could no longer take it and exploded. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm felt as if they had been hit by a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Their bodies crackled and blood spurted out of their mouths. The 2 of them were both monstrous geniuses who had slightly surpassed the level of a World War II genius. Their combat strength had barely reached the early stage of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm, which was why they were able to take 2 kicks without dying. Run! The 2 of them roared madly in their hearts. They were extremely afraid. They turned into 2 streaks of light and fled frantically. Die! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand forcefully and 2 spear lights burst out. They crossed the space in an instant and stabbed at the 2 of them. Puchi! One of them was pierced through the heart by the spear ray. He let out an unwilling roar and fell to the ground. As for the black-robed skeletal man, his reaction was slightly faster and he managed to avoid being hit in his vital parts. However, one of his arms was pierced by the spear radiance and exploded. Beast! My Nether Demon Palace will never let you off. Next time, I will tear you into pieces. A voice filled with hatred came from afar. In an instant, the black-robed skeleton disappeared. You want to leave? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took another step forward and his body disappeared in an instant. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Each step he took covered a distance of 5 kilometers. When he appeared 5 kilometers away, he frowned. The aura of the young man from the Nether Demon Palace suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming swept his gaze around but did not find any traces. It seems like the other party has cultivated some kind of cultivation technique or possesses some kind of treasure. He's concealing his aura and hiding his tracks. Lu Ming searched for a moment but still could not find any traces. He had no choice but to give up and return to the city. The corpses of the 10 or so disciples of the Nether Demon Palace lay on the ground, not moving at all, and not a single storage ring was missing. The people in the city did not dare to touch them as they were Lu Ming's spoils of war. In a flash, Lu Ming kept the storage rings of the youths from the Nether Demon Palace. At the same time, he also devoured their blood essence. Lu! Brother Lu! At this moment, Song Yu and Song Jing flew over. Song Yu looked at Lu Ming with some respect. Brother Song, let's enter the city first. Lu Ming said. Then the 3 of them flew into the city. After flying into the city, Lu Ming was a little surprised because he saw a few young men flying out. Lu Ming pulled a burly young man and asked, Brother, why are they flying out? AI! The burly youth sighed and said, This brother, although you are strong, you don't know that the Dark Devil Palace is an extremely powerful sect. The area where the Dark Devil Palace is located is called the Dark Devil Mountain area. There are high-ranked empires in that area, but the Dark Devil Palace is undoubtedly the overlord of that area. Even the high-ranked empires have to listen to the Dark Devil Palace. Almost all the geniuses in that area have joined the Dark Devil Palace and become their disciples. In this city, there is a group of disciples from the UMO Palace. Those people just now are not the strongest in this group. 7 of them have gone to other cities to investigate this morning. However, they will be back in 2 days at most. At that time we will all be dead. That's why they left this place and would rather find another city to settle down. The burly young man was kind and explained everything to Lu Ming in detail. I see. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. What is the cultivation of the 7 people who left? He asked. Almost all of them are above the late 6th level of martial ancestor realm. 2 of them are even geniuses at the early 7th level of martial ancestor realm. They are in the middle of the 2nd and 3rd battles and are extremely powerful. Although you are strong, you are not their match. It is better to leave this place quickly. The burly young man advised. Thank you for the information. Lu Ming cupped his fists, but he had no intention of leaving. Seeing this, the burly young man did not say anything. He shook his head and left. Heaven's Path Palm. Completed. Outside, although it was dangerous at night, if they stayed here, once the people from the Nether Demon Palace returned, they would definitely be killed as well. It would be better to leave earlier. Brother Song, what are your plans? Lu Ming looked at Song Yu and Song Jing. After leaving the city, I'm sure he'll be in trouble at night. I believe in Brother Lu. Song Yu said firmly, planning to stay behind. Song Jing nodded and followed Song Yu. All right then, you guys should rest first. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then randomly found a room in the city and sat cross-legged. Recently, his understanding of the Heaven Path Palm had become deeper and deeper, and he felt that he could make a breakthrough at any time. Once he had a breakthrough in the Heaven Path Palm, he would have another killer move. In his mind, the aura that he had remembered from the Heaven's Gate kept flowing. He did not know why, but as time passed, the aura became weaker and weaker. It was estimated that Lu Ming would forget about the aura soon. Yes, he had forgotten. He had disappeared from his memory. Therefore, he had to master the Heavenly Path Palm within this period of time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The aura on the Heaven Gate and the Heavenly Path Palm were constantly corroborating and deliberating with each other. Lu Ming's understanding of the Heavenly Palm was getting deeper and deeper. He felt that there was only a layer of paper between them. As long as he could break through this layer of paper, Lu Ming would be able to successfully cultivate the Heavenly Tao Palm. Time passed, and night slowly fell. Heaven and earth fell into darkness once again, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. Ga ga ga! In the outside world, strange cries were constantly heard. It was abnormally terrifying. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out of his room. He looked into the distance and could see many black shadows flickering outside the city. However, the city emitted a layer of hazy light, like a semicircle, which enveloped the entire city. The spirits seemed to be very afraid of this light. They were wandering outside and didn't dare to rush in. These radiances were formed by the inscription formation. The supreme experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had all set up supreme formations in all the cities in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld to facilitate the smooth progress of the selection. Lu Ming saw that in the city, other than Song Yu and Song Jing, there were still a few people who had not left, including the burly young man. He had returned. He saw Lu Ming and smiled brightly. Lu Ming watched for a while and returned to his room to start comprehending the Heavenly Tao Palm. Very soon, a day had passed. When night came the next day, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. He had finally made a major breakthrough in his comprehension of the Heaven's Path Palm. He felt that he had successfully comprehended it. I'll go out and test it out during the day. Following that, Lu Ming continued to comprehend and deepen his understanding of the Heavenly Path Palm. Time passed, and soon, the darkness receded, and light returned to the world. Lu Ming left the city and flew into the distance. Very soon, he arrived at a huge mountain. Heaven's Path Palm. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted and slapped his palm towards the sky. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out from Lu Ming's palm. Then, a huge palm print was formed in the sky. This palm print was transparent, like a human palm, but it had 9 fingers. The palm print was dozens of meters long and wide. It came down from the sky and hit a mountain peak that was 1,000 meters tall. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the 1,000-meter mountain exploded. All the trees and stones were annihilated and turned into dust. It didn't explode into gravel, but was directly annihilated. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain was gone. What a powerful force! Even Lu Ming himself was somewhat dumbfounded. The 3-Path Palm's secret book recorded the 3rd palm, the Heaven Path Palm. Since ancient times, only a few people had been able to master it. Once it was mastered, it would have the power infinitely close to that of a heaven-grade martial technique. Moreover, it was not the 1st or 2nd level, but the strongest power could be directly displayed. Haha, the power of the Heavenly Path Palm has completely surpassed the 1st step of the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. It has become my strongest killing move. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Unless Lu Ming cultivated the 2nd step of the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps, he would not be able to surpass the power of the Heavenly Way Palm. Boom! Then, Lu Ming started to cultivate again. Each palm was extremely powerful. A 100-meter-deep pit appeared on the ground. When it hit the mountain exploded and disappeared. Lu Ming continued to strike more than 10 times before he stopped. As the Heavenly Path Palm consumed too much energy, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could only unleash a dozen palm strikes before his essential qi ran out. Lu Ming took out a pile of spiritual crystals and absorbed their energy to recover his essential qi. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's essential qi had completely recovered. Let's go back to the city and figure it out. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With a flash, he flew back to the city. Ah! When they were still some distance away from the city, a miserable scream came from the distance. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he sped towards the city. At this moment, there were 8 more figures in the city. Each one of them was wearing a black skeleton robe. One of them was pale and had lost an arm. He was the man who had escaped from Lu Ming 2 days ago. These were all experts from the Nether Demon Palace. As for Song Yu, Song Jing, the burly young man and the other 5 people who remained in the city, they were all captured by the people from the Nether Demon Palace. One of them had one of his arms cut off by a young man from the UMO Palace. The scream just now was from him. Speak, where did that little bastard go? The young man who had escaped 2 days ago had a cold expression on his face. He stared at Song Yu and the others like a fierce ghost. I really don't know. He was still here this morning, but he went out after that. I beg you, please let me go. The youth whose arm had been cut off shrieked miserably. I'll let you go. You were there in the battle 2 days ago. Since you were there, why didn't you help us kill that bastard? You saw it. If you don't help us, you'll be sentenced to death. The face of the escaping disciple of the Nether Demon Palace turned cold. With a slash of his sword, the head of the young man flew off. The faces of Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others were as pale as paper. The 2 of you are in cahoots with that beast. Don't worry, the 2 of you won't die so easily. I'll let the 2 of you taste the greatest pain in the world before I let you die. The escaping disciple of the Nether Demon Palace said coldly. On the side, the other 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace looked on coldly. Their eyes were extremely cold. Song Yu and Song Jing were trembling in fear. Haha, are you afraid now? If you're afraid, then quickly think of a way to call that little bastard back. The escaped Nether Demon Palace disciple laughed madly. No need to shout, I'm here. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Everyone hurriedly looked up. Lu Ming stood high up in the sky and looked down. His expression was extremely cold, and his eyes were as cold as ice. He did not expect that the people from the Nether Demon Palace would arrive so soon after he went out to cultivate. Little bastard, you're finally back. After the escaping disciple of the Nether Demon Palace was stunned for a moment, he revealed an extremely ferocious expression. I won't play with you guys anymore. Brother Lu, you. Hurry up and run. When Song Yu saw Lu Ming, she was initially overjoyed. But then, she thought of something and shouted. The Nether Demon Palace was too powerful.
Other than the young man who had escaped earlier, the other 7 people were at least in the later stage of the martial arts Grandmaster 6th realm. Among them, 2 of them were in the late stage of the 6th level, 3 of them were in the peak of the 6th level, and 2 of them were in the early stage of the 7th level.
The power gathered together was too strong. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for it. Although Song Yu was looking forward to a miracle and Lu Ming could save them, his rationality told him that it was impossible. Leave? Today, none of you shall leave. The one who spoke was a green-haired youth. He looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. He had a slender figure and an oppressive aura. He had long green hair that reached his waist and was filled with an evil aura. His gaze was cold and emotionless as he looked at Lu Ming. You are the one who killed the people of my Nether Demon Palace? Good, very good. You will pay a heavy price for this. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then I'll let you experience it. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the green-haired youth's body exploded with a violent aura. 3 strikes of the spirit demon spirit severing. Dang! The green-haired young man shouted as a dark green sword chi shot out from his hand. It crossed thousands of meters in an instant and slashed at Lu Ming's glabella. Metal force complete. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Whoosh! The demon-subduing spear appeared and stabbed forward. The power of wind and fire erupted. Boom! The spear radiance and the sword chi collided, and a dazzling light burst out at the point of intersection. Then, the spear radiance and the sword chi disappeared together. They were equally matched. This person is not weaker than young Master Tian Shi. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could roughly determine the other party's combat strength. Without a doubt, the other party was a genius who was in the middle of a second battle and a third battle. With his cultivation in the early stage of Martial Ancestor 7th Realm, he should be able to explode with the fighting power of a Martial Ancestor 9th Realm late stage. Kid, you have some skills. Take this, UMO triple kill Godslayer. The green-haired youth roared. Dark green light burst out from his body. It was extremely dazzling. Then, he became one with his sword, turning into a dazzling dark green sword radiance that charged at Lu Ming. In an instant, it crossed a distance of several thousand meters. The sky was slashed by the sword light, and the air current surged and split into 2 sides. It was extremely shocking. The power of this sword was much stronger than the previous one. It had truly reached the combat strength of a Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9 late stage. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward and the world rumbled. A terrifying force surged forward. Boom! The sky once again let out a terrifying roar, and the airwaves swept out, sending sand and stones flying. Bang! 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 A figure flew back and took 3 steps in the sky, causing the air to explode and emitting a violent boom. It was the green-haired youth. On the other side, Lu Ming's body swayed slightly. He took a step back and then stood firmly. Lu Ming had the upper hand. The green-robed youth's face instantly turned greener than his hair. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he growled. How is that possible? You're only in the early stage of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm and you can actually block my killing move. How is this possible? He simply couldn't bear it. If Lu Ming could fight him at the early stage of the 5th level Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm, it meant that Lu Ming had already surpassed a level 4 talent and was between level 4 and level 5. This was too shocking. Not to mention being between a level 4 and a level 5, there was not even a level 4 talent in the Nether Demon Palace where geniuses were as common as clouds. Who was this kid? Which region did he come from? Junior brother, let's attack together and kill this person. Since we're already mortal enemies, the more talented this person is, the more we have to kill him. A figure flashed and a tall young man appeared beside the green-haired young man. This young man was the other 7th level Martial Ancestor Realm genius. Alright, let's attack together. We'll set up the UMO 7 slaughter formation and kill this man. The green-haired youth instructed. Buzz! Buzz! In a flash, in the city below, the other disciples of the Nether Demon Palace appeared behind the green-haired young man and the white-haired young man. There was a total of 7 of them, and they stood in a strange posture, forming a joint attack formation.
As for the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace who had escaped, he stood at the side with a cold smile and stared at Lu Ming with a murderous look.
A joint attack formation? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. As for Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others, they were looking at the sky nervously. Now, they could only wait and hope for a miracle. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, 7 voices filled with killing intent rang out. Immediately after, the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace moved. The 7 of them moved in a strange trajectory and flashed rapidly, turning into countless light shadows that surrounded Lu Ming. Chi. All of a sudden, 7 beams of sword chi shot toward Lu Ming from 7 different directions. Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly and dodged the 6 sword chi. However, there was one that he could not avoid no matter what. Whoosh! The long spear was drawn out. Of course, it contained the power of wind and fire. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. The power of this sword was even stronger than the green-haired youth's second sword. Lu Ming did not use the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and was instantly at a disadvantage. Whoosh! Whoosh! While Lu Ming was retreating, a few more sword chis behind him slashed at his back. Every step was filled with killing intent, and it was unavoidable. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long roar and a dragon's roar was heard. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure instantly turned into a flash of light and disappeared in a flash. Not only did he avoid the sword light behind him, but he also directly left the joint attack formation of the Nether Demon Palace and appeared in the sky not far away. How is this possible? What kind of movement technique is this? Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Their combined attack formation was the famous guarding technique of the Nether Demon Palace. When the 7 of them worked together, their combat power would increase by several times. Moreover, those who were trapped would not be able to escape at all and would only be killed. With the strength of the 7 of them, even a peak 9th level martial ancestor realm warrior would be killed by this array. Only a half-step king could escape. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 5th level martial arts grandmaster realm. How was this possible? This combined attack formation is indeed amazing. Alright, I've seen it, so I won't play with you anymore. Lu Ming said indifferently. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. It turned out that Lu Ming had deliberately been surrounded by the joint attack formation. He wanted to see the power of the formation. Big brother, aren't you taking this too lightly? Song Yu and the others all wanted to roar. As for the few from the Nether Demon Palace, their faces were extremely dark. You're not going to play with us? What big words. Let me tell you, even if you leave today, your friend will end up in an extremely miserable state because of you.
The green-haired young man glanced at Song Yu and the others below and said with a ferocious expression.
Given Lu Ming's movement technique, they could not stop him if he wanted to leave. However, Song Yu and the rest could not leave. Brother Lu, don't worry about us. Leave quickly. Song Yu shouted again. Leave? Who said I'm leaving? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The power of the heavens path palm. Not leaving? What did he mean by not leaving and not playing with them? The people from the Nether Demon Palace were stunned. What I mean is to quickly finish you off. I don't want to play with you anymore. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? To deal with us? The people from the Nether Demon Palace were stunned for a moment before they started to laugh crazily. Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue when you talk big? With you? This brat is talking nonsense on purpose to disturb our state of mind. Don't talk anymore. Let's use our full strength and kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace started to shine with Silavira light. They were all chakra, the chakra of king-level bloodlines. Among the 7, 2 of them had 2nd-level king-class bloodlines, 3 had 3rd-level king-class bloodlines, and the 2 strongest had 4th-level king-class bloodlines. Their chakra glowed and their bloodlines burst forth, raising the auras of the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace to the peak. Kill! The 7 disciples of the Dark Demon Palace formed a huge formation. Sword chi glowed as they charged towards Lu Ming. I have a bloodline too. Lu Ming smiled faintly and activated his second blood meridian. A tall and blurry stone tablet with 4 Esilavira chakras flashed and disappeared. A 4th-level king bloodline. It's strong, but what's the use? The green-haired young man let out a long howl and his sword chi burst forth, shrouding Lu Ming. What if I add this? Lu Ming sneered. Groan. A dragon's roar resounded as the bloodline of the 9 dragons rushed out and roared towards the sky. Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace, as well as Song Yu and the others, widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. King-level bloodline? How could he have 2 king-level bloodlines? Could he be an innate king level? Natural king level? It's impossible. The mental array of the Nether Demon Palace all cried out in disbelief, and even the operation of the array stopped. Nothing is impossible. Swallow. Lu Ming shouted. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and opened its mouth. A terrifying devouring power was produced from its mouth and enveloped the 7 people from the Nether Demon Palace. What's going on? I feel that my bloodline power is a little unstable. My blood essence is beating. Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace shouted out in fear. The 2 bloodlines of a martial grandmaster could be activated at the same time. However, for most martial artists, the first bloodline was only at the mortal level. For martial arts grandmasters and above, the effect of using the mortal bloodline was extremely limited and negligible. That was why most people would only activate their second bloodline. Very few people would activate both bloodlines at the same time. However, Lu Ming was different. Both of his bloodlines were king level and had different effects on his body. He could unleash them as much as he wanted. It's just a small trick. Hold on, go kill him. The green-haired youth roared. Oh really? Then let's continue. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming sneered and suddenly blasted a palm. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to have been sucked out. A huge transparent palm print appeared, carrying a violent offensive power. It pressed down on the 7 people from the Nether Demon Palace like Mount Tai. A terrifyingly huge pressure caused the world to tremble violently. The sword chi from the Nether Demon's Palace instantly crumbled. Arg! What kind of battle technique was this? How can it be so terrifying? The disciples of the Nether Demon Palace shouted in fear. It was simply unbelievable. Hold on. We'll hold them together. The green-robed young man's eyes turned red as he desperately howled. The 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace used all their strength and activated the combined formation to the extreme. The 7 of them joined forces and slashed out a shocking sword chi towards the heavenly path palm print. Boom! The sword chi struck the palm of the Heaven Dao palm print and immediately caused an earth-shaking boom. A terrifying wave of air swept out, sweeping away all the clouds in a radius of several dozen kilometers. Even the city below began to tremble violently. Song Yu and the others were blown against the wall by the strong wind before they could stand firm. But they couldn't care less about their sorry state. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the sky. Which side would win? Bang! Suddenly, the sword light shook and exploded, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. Boom! Even though a portion of the Heaven's Path Palm Strike's power had been neutralized, the remaining power was still terrifying as it continued to press down. Bang! Bang! The 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were like toads. They could not move at all and were forced to sink into the mud. The 2 with the weakest cultivation screamed in pain and stopped breathing. As for the 3 peak 6th-level martial ancestor realm geniuses, although they were not dead, they were half dead. There were only 2 7th-level martial arts grandmasters in the world. They only spat out a mouthful of blood, but they still maintained a certain amount of combat power. Let's go! The green-robed young man roared and was about to use a secret skill to escape. However, Lu Ming's second palm strike was immediately released. Boom! Another huge palm print formed and pressed down on the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace. I'm not afraid. The green-haired youth and the others roared in despair. The palm of the Great Path was incomparably mysterious. It had completely locked onto them, and they had no way to escape. Boom! Even if the remaining 2 tried their best, they would not be able to resist. Boom! 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 Smoke and dust filled the air as the two of them were blasted into the ground, creating two huge pits. They lay in the pits, unable to move. At that moment, Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others were dumbfounded. They could not come back to their senses. The 7 geniuses from the Nether Demon Palace had set up a joint attack formation, but Lu Ming had defeated them with 2 palm strikes. This was too terrifying. On one side of the sky, the disciple of the UMO Palace who had escaped last time was now trembling non-stop.
His lips were trembling and his face was pale without a trace of blood.
His eyes were filled with fear. Demon monster, this is my fault. Run, run, I want to get away from this monster, run. He roared in his heart and was about to use a secret technique to escape. At this moment, Puchi! A ray of spear light pierced through his back. The disciple of the Dark Demon Palace bellowed and turned his head desperately, only to see Lu Ming's cold eyes. I let you escape last time. Do you think there will be a second time? He said. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then, with a shake of the spear radiance destroyed the life force of the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace. His corpse then fell to the ground. Then, Lu Ming took another step forward and walked toward the green-haired young man and the other man. At this moment, the two couldn't move. They were terrified. Wait a minute, don't kill us. We are disciples of the Dark Devil Palace. The geniuses of the Dark Devil Palace are as numerous as the clouds. This time around, there are more than 500 geniuses who have entered. We are just a small portion of them. There are still many stronger geniuses in other cities. If you kill us, the disciples of the Dark Devil Palace will not let you off. The green-haired youth shouted. Hee, as long as I kill all of you, how will the other people from the Nether Demon Palace know that I killed them? Lu Ming sneered. Of course I know. I might as well tell you that I have already used the shadow-breathing talisman to copy your image, and sent it to the strongest genius of the Nether Demon Palace. You can't escape. The green-haired youth shouted. So it's the shadow-resting talisman? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Like the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, the shadow-dissipating talisman was made by an inscription master. The shadow breath talisman could copy the appearance of a certain scene or a certain person and send it to another person who also had the shadow breath talisman. It was a very magical item. Chapter 385 Kill Them All. Seeing that Lu Ming was in deep thought, the green-haired young man thought that Lu Ming was afraid. He was overjoyed and his face lit up. How about this? As long as you let us go, I will plead with the experts from the Nether Demon Palace to spare your life. Then we will pretend that today's incident never happened. The green-haired youth said. Since Lu Ming was afraid, he believed that Lu Ming would accept this condition. A venomous killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He roared in his heart. As long as he escaped this danger, he would definitely make the more powerful people in the Nether Demon Palace go all out to hunt down Lu Ming. He would make him die without a burial place and make him regret offending him. Are you done? Lu Ming suddenly smiled faintly and said. What? The green-haired youth was stunned. If you're done, you can be on your way. Lu Ming's body emitted a cold murderous intent. You're scared? No, don't be scared. The green-haired youth and the other 7th-level martial ancestor realm genius screamed in fear. Just now, they thought that they had seen hope and that Lu Ming would let them off. But the next moment, they fell from heaven to hell. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. The spear's gleam burst out and killed the two of them. After that, he killed the other injured people one by one, took their storage rings, and swallowed their blood essence. Brother Lu Swan, we have to thank you again for saving us this time. Song Yu flew over and stuttered. In his heart, Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious and unattainable. No need to thank me. I'm the one who dragged you guys down this time. And Brother Song, what are your plans next? This city has already been exposed. I'm afraid that there will be experts from the Nether Demon Palace coming. Lu Ming said. We've received news that there's a small city in the north. There are experts in our area there, and we plan to rush over and meet them. Song Yu said. Lu Ming nodded. This was good too. He was not a kind person. He could not possibly spend his time helping them all the time. They would have to rely on them slaviers.
Immediately after, Song Yu and her sister, as well as the burly young man, bade farewell to Lu Ming and left the place for the north. Lu Ming walked into one of the rooms and sat cross-legged, refining the blood essence that he had just devoured. It was the blood essence of a 6th or 7th grade martial arts grandmaster. It was not of much help to Lu Ming. After refining it, Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the peak of the early 5th grade martial arts grandmaster realm. Now that I've successfully cultivated the Heaven Path Palm, my combat strength has increased greatly. Although I haven't reached the level of a battle prodigy of 5, I've reached the peak of a battle prodigy of 4. Lu Ming summarized his combat strength. If Lu Ming were to unleash his full power and open up his blood meridian, his combat strength would reach the peak of a level 4 fighter with the heavenly Dao Palm and the power of wind and fire. Just now, he had used this move to defeat everyone from the Nether Demon Palace. However, the peak of a level 4 talent was only one step away from level 5. Although it seemed like there was only one step, this one step was a world of difference. It would be extremely difficult to become one of the top 5. Even if Lu Ming managed to cultivate the second step of the 9 Dragons' Heaven Treading Steps, he would not be able to reach the level of a 5-man talent. Now, if I want to quickly increase my combat strength, I can only quickly increase my cultivation. Lu Ming pondered. The power of the Palm of the Great Path was already extremely terrifying. Even if he cultivated the second step of 9 Dragons' Heaven Treading Steps, its power would not be much stronger than the Palm of the Great Path. Unless he cultivated it to the third step, then his combat power would be greatly improved. However, he had not even mastered the second step, let alone the third step. In terms of force, the force of wind and fire were both at the limit of large success. The two were balanced, and the power of the fusion was extremely terrifying. Even if one of Lu Ming's forces broke through to perfection, the power would not be much stronger after the fusion of the two forces. Unless both forces had reached perfection. However, this was not something that could be comprehended in a short time. Therefore, if Lu Ming wanted to improve his combat strength in the short term, the only way was to improve his cultivation. In this selection, his weakness was his cultivation. Find a place with powerful demonic beasts, kill them, and improve your cultivation. Lu Ming made up his mind and left the small city, heading west. They headed west in search of places with powerful demonic beasts. Slowly, night fell, and night came again. However, with Lu Ming's wind and fire power, as long as he did not encounter anything too strange, he would not be in any danger. Those specters couldn't do anything to him. He charged forward until the day came again, and the world regained its vitality. During the day, Lu Ming sped up. Very quickly. He crossed the distance of more than 100,000 miles. Finally, Lu Ming stopped in the middle of a vast mountain. The mountain was full of life. From the depths of the mountain, roars came out, accompanied by powerful auras that soared into the sky. Lu Ming could sense at least 10 auras of 8th grade 4th level demonic beasts. He could even sense the aura of a class 9 level 4 demonic beast. Alright, this is the place. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This boundless mountain seemed to have nurtured many powerful demonic beasts. Lu Ming rushed into the mountain without hesitation. Hiss hiss hiss. Not long after he rushed in, a python that was more than 50 meters long pounced at Lu Ming. The python exuded a powerful aura of class 8 level 4. Good. Lu Ming grinned and thrust his long spear forward. With a plop, he pierced a huge hole in the python's head. The python hissed and rolled its huge body, crushing a few trees that were large enough for several people to hug. After rolling a few times, he finally stopped breathing. Lu Ming stepped forward and swallowed the python's blood essence. At the same time, he took out the demonic pill and swallowed it as well. The blood essence and demonic core of a class 8 level 4 demonic beast were much more effective. A moment later, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He had finally broken through to the middle stage of the 5th level martial ancestor realm. Then, he continued to hunt demonic beasts. Half a day later, Lu Ming had killed a total of 8 8th grade 4th level demonic beasts and 1 9th grade 4th level demonic beast. His cultivation had reached the peak of the middle 5th grade martial ancestor realm, not far from the late 5th grade martial ancestor realm. At this moment, night fell once again,
and all the demonic beasts went into hiding. Lu Ming followed a demonic beast and hid in a cave that was more than 10 meters underground. But soon the specter found him. This led Lu Ming to a conclusion. It was useless for outsiders like them to hide. The spirit would still find them. On the other hand, the spirit race wouldn't look for the demon beasts if they hid. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only resist and wait for the time to pass. When the day arrived, Lu Ming meditated and regulated his breathing for a while. After he had recovered, he continued to venture deep into the forest to hunt demonic beasts. Buzz! Half an hour later, Lu Ming dashed out of a valley at high speed, frantically fleeing into the distance. A loud cry came from the valley, shaking the earth and making countless trees shake.
Then, a huge toad that was more than 50 meters tall and the size of a small mountain rushed out of the valley.
Whoosh!
The giant toad opened its mouth and a scarlet tongue pierced through the space of several miles in an instant, aiming at Lu Ming.
Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took a step forward. His figure appeared 10 miles away, avoiding the attack. The Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Boom! The giant toad's scarlet tongue did not hit Lu Ming. Instead, it hit a mountain peak that was thousands of meters high. The giant toad was furious. It flicked its scarlet tongue and the mountain peak rumbled. The mountain peak, which was thousands of meters high, exploded and broke in half. The section of the mountain peak whizzed toward Lu Ming. Whoa, this toad is too strong. It's definitely a half-step king. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and traveled 10 miles in an instant. Boom! 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 Behind him, the mountain hit the ground with a deafening boom. This attack had killed countless living beings. Lu Ming did not stop. He took a few more steps before he completely shook off the giant toad. This time, he was really unlucky.
He had only casually barged into a valley, and had already alerted such a powerful existence.
It seems like I have to be careful. Who knows what kind of existences are living in this ancient battlefield? If I encounter a real monster king, I won't even know how I died. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he focused his attention and observed carefully, continuing to hunt demonic beasts. A rich medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming had yet to walk 100 miles when he suddenly smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. On the left. Lu Ming tried to identify it and realized that the medicinal fragrance was coming from the left. He immediately went to the left. In front of them were 2 mountain peaks that were 7,000 to 8,000 meters tall. They pierced through the clouds and were exceptionally majestic. In the middle of the 2 mountain peaks, a huge canyon was formed. The medicinal fragrance came from there. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. In the mountain forest, several corpses of demonic beasts lay on the ground. They had sword wounds on their bodies, and from the looks of it, they had not been dead for long. There are already people here. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming immediately focused and continued to move forward. Along the way, they saw many demonic beast corpses. Buzz! Buzz! All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 8 young men and women appeared in front of Lu Ming. Stop! This place has been occupied by my Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Friend, please go back. The 8 young men and women sized Lu Ming up. One of the blue-robed young men said, Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Flying Tiger Mountain Range was a small area to the south of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Although it was bigger than the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, it was not much bigger. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. You've occupied it? I've never heard of any place in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld or which region it belongs to. If you can come here, I can come here too. It was obvious that there were treasures in the canyon. The people from Flying Tiger Mountain Range wanted to occupy this place and eliminate the demonic beasts here to obtain the treasures. Lu Ming had finally encountered it. How could he miss it? Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're only in the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm and you dare to bargain with us? Since you're not leaving, then you'll stay here forever. The blue-robed young man's face darkened, and killing intent burst forth from him. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're just a mere 5th-level martial ancestor realm and you dare to be so arrogant. You're looking for death. Next to the blue-robed young man, a cold-looking young man in the early stage of the 6th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm took a big step forward and sent a palm towards Lu Ming. Roar! A ferocious tiger with flower spots appeared and pounced at Lu Ming. This young man was a second-rate warrior. He believed that he could definitely suppress Lu Ming with his cultivation of the early 6th level martial ancestor realm. But the next moment, his expression changed. Lu Ming casually swung his palm and the tiger that he had condensed was easily dispersed. Following that, Lu Ming's slap continued. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap was heard. The cold-looking young man let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into 2 trees that were large enough for several people to wrap their arms around before he finally stopped. He lay there twitching non-stop and had already passed out. The others gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Let's attack together. The blue-robed youth reacted and shouted. Following that, a Salavira chakra glinted as his bloodline burst forth, and 7 powerful auras rose. Among them, the blue-robed youth's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Humph! Lu Ming snorted coldly. He focused his gaze and a long spear appeared in his hand. He swept it out. Bang! Bang! With 6 consecutive booms, except for the blue-robed young man, the other 6 people were all sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. As for the blue-robed young man, he was forced back 100 meters and coughed up blood. Lu Ming frowned. He was a little dissatisfied with his attack. The so-called 3 battle geniuses and 4 battle geniuses were not things that could be achieved with a casual attack. Instead, it referred to the combat power he had when he used his full strength and executed his ultimate move. When Lu Ming used the Heavenly Path Palm, he could reach the peak of a level 4 fighter. And the 9 dragons' heaven treading steps was only a little more than the 4 battle geniuses. As for the power of wind and fire, without the 9 dragons' heaven stomping step or the heavenly path palm, he could only reach the level of a level 4 fighter. He was not satisfied with himself, but the blue-robed young man and the others were terrified. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard again. From the direction of the canyon, dozens of figures flew out. It was obvious that these people were all geniuses from the Flying Tiger mountain range. Just now, they had already been alerted. You're all alone, yet you dare to go against so many people in the Flying Tiger mountain range. Are you looking for death? Dozens of people stood in front of Lu Ming. A burly young man shouted coldly. This place doesn't belong to your Flying Tiger mountain range. I can't come and go as I please. You're the ones who are too overbearing. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kid, which region are you from? The one who spoke was a young man standing in the middle of the dozens of people. This young man had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His arms were especially long and could reach his knees if they were casually placed. Obviously, he was the leader of the group. Lu Ming looked at the person and frowned. This person gave him a very dangerous feeling. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Lu Ming said. There was nothing to hide. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. After hearing Lu Ming's words, the dozens of people from the Flying Tiger mountain range were visibly relieved. The long-armed young man in the lead even sneered. So you are from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Hee hee, since you dared to hurt so many of us, you can stay here forever. The long-armed young man sneered. The reason why he said so much just now was that he was afraid that Lu Ming was a genius from a large area. If that was the case, he would have to think twice. Now, there was no need for that. Brother Fei, you're the #1 expert in our Flying Tiger mountain range. You don't need to use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. There's no need for you to do it. I'll go and kill him. The burly young man from before strode out. With every step he took, the earth rumbled and cracked. A huge black bear appeared above his head, with 4 Asilavira chakra shining brightly. He was in the early stage of the martial ancestor 7 stage. Without a doubt, this person was a genius who was not weaker than young Master Tian Shi. Die!
A saber appeared in the burly young man's hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. This blade seemed to be able to split a mountain.
The giant toad. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste time with the other party. He immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Boom!
With a loud bang, the burly young man's body slid back for thousands of meters, leaving a deep gully along the way. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Cece goo. Gasps of shock could be heard. The geniuses from the Flying Tiger mountain range looked at Lu Ming in shock.
It was unbelievable that he could injure the burly youth with one move with his cultivation of the 5th martial ancestor realm. The long-armed young man was shocked at first, then his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. I didn't expect that a monstrous genius like you would appear in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I'm afraid even Jian Fengyun is far inferior to you. That's good. I'll kill you before you rise to power. Otherwise, you'll be a disaster to the Flying Tiger mountain range in the future. The long-armed young man said coldly. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, his body pounced toward Lu Ming like a cannonball and he threw a punch. This punch was extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the burly young man's. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps again and took a step forward. Boom! With a deafening sound, Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was blocked. At the same time, a powerful force surged and Lu Ming was forced to retreat. The cultivation of the later stage of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. What a strong power! Lu Ming was shocked. Roar! With a roar, a majestic giant ape appeared above the long-armed young man's head. There were 5 astonishing Esilavira chakras on the giant ape's body. King Class 5th level bloodline, Violent Steel Ape. Great Ape King Divine Fist. The long-armed young man roared and threw another punch. A ray of fist light, like the fist of a giant ape, came flying towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. This person was definitely a 3-man expert who was not weaker than Jian Fengyun. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming cast his strongest move without any hesitation. The Heaven's Path Palm print condensed and collided with the Great Ape King's divine fist. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the area within a radius of several dozen miles began to shake violently. The fist and palm collided, forming a terrifying hurricane that swept through the sky and the earth. Some of the weaker young men from the Flying Tiger mountain range were swept away by the hurricane and were pushed back. Boom! After the loud noise, a figure flew back rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He flew for thousands of meters and stood in the air. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The long-armed young man was too strong. His cultivation had reached the later stage of the 7th level martial grandmaster realm, which was more than 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. In addition to his 3-man talent, he was more than 5 levels higher than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had not reached level 5. How could he be his match? He didn't die even after this. However, he didn't know that the long-armed young man's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming's combat strength shocked him so much that he had goosebumps all over. He had also ventured to those large areas before. But even in the larger regions, there was no such terrifying genius. Not to mention anything else, he had only heard of a 4-battle genius, but had never seen one. As for Lu Ming, he had obviously surpassed the top 4. Die, I must die! The long-armed young man roared in his heart and then shouted, I've already injured him. Let's attack together. We can't let this person leave alive. Having said that, he quickly attacked Lu Ming. Kill! The other people from the Flying Tiger mountain range all shouted. The scene of dozens of people attacking together was indeed shocking. These young men were the strongest group of people in the Flying Tiger mountain range. It was as if all the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list had attacked together. How shocking was the momentum! I'm too lazy to play with you guys. Lu Ming turned and left. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took a step forward. In the next moment, he was already 10 miles away. What a joke! He was fighting with so many people, and one of them was a long-armed young man.
Lu Ming was not stupid. Since he was no match for them, what harm was there in temporarily retreating? Moreover, Lu Ming already had a plan in mind. Chase! The long-armed young man shouted. However, their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming's. He disappeared without a trace in a few moments. Detestable! The long-armed young man was filled with hatred. Let's go back. We must get the level 5 spiritual herbs in the valley. The long-armed young man shouted. Then, the group of people from Flying Tiger Mountain Range went back to the canyon to clear out the demonic beasts. Lu Ming covered 10 miles with a single step. His speed was so fast that he arrived outside a valley not long after. In this valley, there was a half-step demonic beast King Toad. That was right. Lu Ming came here to borrow strength. He wanted to use the giant toad's power to disrupt the battle, and then seize the opportunity to seize the spiritual herbs in the canyon. Based on the herbal fragrance that the spiritual medicine was emitting, Lu Ming speculated that it was very likely a level 5 spiritual medicine. This was because level 4 spiritual herbs definitely did not have that kind of medicinal fragrance. Level 5 spiritual medicine. Lu Ming was a little excited at the thought of it. Level 5 spiritual medicine was a rare treasure that even kings needed. It was extremely precious. If he had level 5 spiritual medicine, Lu Ming would be able to cultivate the 10,000 spiritual combat body and advance his physical body to the 6th grade in one fell swoop. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming dashed into the valley. Buzz! A moment later, an earth-shattering cry rang out, and the vegetation rustled and trembled. Then, they saw Lu Ming rushing out of the valley as if his butt was on fire. Buzz! A mountain-sized toad rushed out of the valley in pursuit of Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and appeared 10 miles away in an instant. Buzz! The giant toad exerted force on its 4 limbs and its incomparably huge body shot up into the sky. In an instant, it crossed a distance of 7 to 8 li and landed heavily on the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air and the ground cracked. Then in the smoke and dust, the giant toad's body rushed out once again and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took another step forward, causing the giant toad to miss its target. 1 man and 1 toad, one chasing and one escaping. In the blink of an eye, they were dozens of miles away. When the giant toad stopped and did not want to give chase, Lu Ming also stopped and shot it. Immediately, the giant toad flew into a rage and continued to chase after Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming came to the huge canyon again. Lu Ming did not stop. He dashed toward the canyon. Who is it? With a loud shout, a few figures rushed out from below. One of them was the burly young man who had been injured by Lu Ming earlier. You again? You still dare to come? You're looking for death. The burly teenager roared angrily when he saw that it was Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! More than a dozen figures rushed out from below. Brat, I won't let you off this time. The long-armed young man also rushed out. I brought you guys a present. Don't thank me. Lu Ming smiled. What? The long-armed young man and the others were stunned. Buzz! A loud roar came from the distance. Then, they saw a mountain-like figure rushing over from the distance. That's the referee, huh? Not good. Quickly retreat. The long-armed young man's expression changed and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming smiled and rushed inside. However, there were a few people in Flying Tiger Mountain Range who could not react in time and were directly crushed by the giant toad's figure. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air, and blood splattered. Those people were crushed to death by the giant toad. Chapter 388 Spiritual Herbs in Hand. Whoosh! Then, the giant toad's scarlet tongue shot out. 5 or 6 geniuses from Flying Tiger Mountain Range couldn't dodge in time and were caught by the tongue. Save me! The 5 or 6 young men shouted in fear. In the next moment, the tongue retracted back into the giant toad's mouth, and the cry stopped abruptly. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush into the canyon. Damn it, you animal, don't even think about it. The long-armed young man roared and rushed into the canyon. The remaining people scattered in all directions. Some fled to the outside of the canyon, while others rushed into the canyon. Buzz! The giant toad cried out and also rushed into the canyon. Along the way, Lu Ming saw many corpses of demonic beasts. Wherever there were spirit herbs, there would definitely be powerful demonic beasts guarding it. The valley was very wide and deep, formed by two huge mountains. The deeper he went, the stronger the medicinal fragrance became. Roar! Roar! At this time, more than a dozen demonic beasts rushed out of the canyon. Each of these demonic beasts was very powerful. The weakest one was at 8th grade 4th level, 7 to 8 were at 9th grade 4th level, and 2 of them had even reached the peak of 9th grade 4th level, only a step away from the half-step Demon King realm. This was the most powerful group of demonic beasts in the canyon. The long-armed young man and the others had been afraid of these demonic beasts and had not rushed in. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure suddenly soared into the sky, appearing high in the sky. Then, he took another step forward. This time, his target was the depths of the canyon. Roar! Some demonic beasts roared angrily and tried to stop him, but Lu Ming was too fast and they could not make it in time. At this moment, the giant toad rushed in again. Buzz! The giant toad roared loudly. Whether it was a human or a demonic beast, it attacked everyone. Instantly, the giant toad and a dozen powerful demonic beasts were in a chaotic battle. Damn it, damn it! The long-armed young man roared. The people from the Flying Tiger mountain range were the first to be affected by the demonic beasts on both sides. A few more people died in the mouths of the demonic beasts. The spirit herbs are mine. The long-armed young man roared and used all his strength to break out of the encirclement, heading toward the depths of the canyon. At this moment, Lu Ming had already rushed to the depths of the canyon. This is... At the sight of the scene in front of him, Lu Ming was taken aback. Then he was overjoyed. What appeared in front of them was actually a medicinal field. That's right, even though many years had passed, one could still vaguely see that it was a medicinal field. There were 7 to 8 spiritual herbs growing in the herbal field. Each spirit herb was shining with a faint spiritual light and emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. That's a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and a phoenix-shaped lingji. Lu Ming saw a few types that he recognized at a glance. The 10,000-year-old blood ginseng was as thick as a child's arm. It was blood-red in color and flickered with a blood-red light. It was extraordinary at first glance. There was also the phoenix-shaped lingji, which actually grew like a phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike, and the medicinal fragrance was extremely strong. These two spiritual herbs were both level 5 spiritual herbs. Furthermore, it seemed to be aged and its medicinal strength was extremely powerful. There were a few other herbs that Lu Ming did not recognize. However, they did not seem to be inferior to the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and the phoenix-shaped lingji. They were definitely level 5 spiritual herbs. Upper level 5. These spiritual herbs are definitely upper level 5 spiritual herbs. Even a martial king would drool at them. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing. Haha, with these spiritual herbs, my body can break through to the 6th realm. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell on a small tree in the depths of the herbal field. This small tree was not tall, only a little more than 1 meter. There was not a single leaf on the branches, but there were 9 fist-sized fruits hanging on it. The fruit was bright red and crystal clear. Around the fruit, there was a dense fiery red mist, as if a flame was burning and jumping. Could this be the vermilion red fruit? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He could not hide his crazed joy. The vermilion scarlet fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that if martial arts grandmasters and ancient martial art practitioners consumed it, they could quickly improve their cultivation without any side effects. Haha, even the heavens are helping me. With the vermilion fruit, my cultivation will be able to increase by a level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Buzz! At this moment, the long-armed young man was flying towards them at high speed. Then, his eyes flickered as he saw the spiritual herbs and vermilion fruit in the herb field. Vermilion fruit, that's the vermilion fruit. With these 9 vermilion fruits, my cultivation will definitely reach the 8th or even 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Then, I won't have to be afraid of anyone in the ancient battlefield of the netherworld. The long-armed young man roared in his heart. However, in the next moment,
His expression became extremely ferocious and he shouted, "Bastard, what are you doing?"
"These spirit herbs are mine." Lu Ming pounced on the spiritual herbs. "Is this guy's brain damaged?"
Hearing the long-armed young man's words, Lu Ming pursed his lips speechlessly. With a wave of his hand, a vast amount of genuine qi gushed out and turned into genuine qi shovels, digging out all 7 spiritual herbs of different colors.
Lu Ming waved his hand again, and all the spirit herbs were kept in the supreme shrine. Following that, Lu Ming pounced on the 9 vermilion fruit. "Bastard, stop!" The long-armed young man's eyes turned red. He roared madly and pounced at Lu Ming. "Heaven's Path Palm." Lu Ming struck out with his palm, unleashing his strongest combat strength. "Great Ape King Divine Fist." The long-armed young man threw a punch. Boom! A terrifying tremor was emitted as the Heaven Dao palm print was pierced through by this punch. However, the long-armed young man's figure was also blocked for a moment. Buzz! Lu Ming was sent flying backward by the force of the punch and happened to pass by the vermilion red fruit tree. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept all 9 scarlet vermilion fruits into the supreme shrine. Bang! Lu Ming's body slammed heavily against the wall of the canyon. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Hand over the spiritual medicine and the vermilion fruit." The long-armed young man roared. "Idiot!" Lu Ming sneered and took a step into the sky. In an instant, he appeared in the sky. Then, he took another step and flew 10 miles away. "Animal, animal, stop right there." The long-armed young man shouted hysterically. This was originally an opportunity that belonged to him. If he could use the vermilion fruit to increase his cultivation, he would be able to use it as a foundation to fight for more resources. Now, all of them were taken away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him. He cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps continuously and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye, without a trace. Damn it, damn it. When we leave the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld, I will lead the experts to the Cloud Emperor mountain range to find you and your family. I want them to die without a burial place. The long-armed young man's eyes flashed with extreme resentment. Then, he gritted his teeth and went to save the other geniuses in Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning. Not long after, he arrived at a quiet place 10,000 miles away. With a thought, he appeared in the Supreme Shrine. "Now, I'll start cultivating the 10,000 spiritual combat body." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng that was as thick as a child's arm and began to activate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Soon, the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng began to transform into wisps of qi of myriad spirits and seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's physical body, which had already reached a bottleneck, began to improve again. 6th grade fleshly body. The medicinal effect of an upper level 5 spiritual medicine was too strong. It was extremely rich and continuously transformed into the qi of 10,000 spirits, nourishing Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was glowing, shimmering and dazzling. Moreover, his qi and blood circulated, full of endless vitality. A day later, a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng had been completely refined. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled. His bones were making crisp sounds. His muscles were as tight as steel wires, buzzing. His physical body was beginning to break through the bottleneck. After another half a day, the strange phenomenon disappeared and Lu Ming opened his eyes. 6th grade physical body. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and he looked happy. After refining an upper level 5 spiritual medicine, Lu Ming's physical body finally made a breakthrough. Even some martial king realm martial artists had to specially cultivate their bodies to reach the 6th grade body. What a powerful force. With my current physical body, how strong will I be when I combine it with my true qi? With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared outside the Supreme Shrine. At this time, it was already the evening of the next day outside. Last night, I was safe and sound. I was really stupid. I only couldn't enter the Supreme Shrine when it was in danger. As long as I could enter the Supreme Shrine before nightfall, I wouldn't have to avoid the attacks of those spirits. Lu Ming was slightly stunned and secretly scolded himself for being silly. If he didn't use the Supreme Shrine, why would he bother with those spirits every night? Let's test my strength first. The demon-subduing spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands.
Then, he shook the long spear and suddenly struck the ground.
Boom! The earth let out a violent roar and trembled violently. The ground exploded and gravel flew. A spear-shaped gully appeared on the ground and spread forward. It only stopped after spreading for more than 200 meters. On the ground, a 10-meter deep and 200-meter long ditch appeared. The power of a casual attack has indeed increased a lot. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The attack just now was purely the combination of genuine qi and physical strength. He didn't use any martial arts techniques or combine the power of wind and fire. Let's try something else. Next, Lu Ming added in the wind and fire force and started experimenting. After that, he continued to test out the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Step and the Heavenly Path Palm. It seems that my strongest combat strength hasn't improved much. I can't reach the level of 5 fighters. After a round of experiments, Lu Ming came to a conclusion. When he used the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps, the physical body was still greatly affected. The breakthrough of the physical body greatly enhanced the power of the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps, but it did not surpass the power of the Heavenly Path Palm. It was only close to the power of the Heavenly Path Palm. However, the power of the Heaven's Path Palm did not increase by much. The power of the Heavenly Path Palm was mainly due to the mysterious Heavenly Path aura. It had little to do with the physical body. Therefore, the breakthrough of the physical body did not have much effect on the improvement of the Heaven's Path Palm. However, it did not mean that Lu Ming's combat strength had not improved. His basic combat power had increased by a large margin, and the power of any ordinary martial technique or attack would increase greatly. It could be said that Lu Ming did not need to use the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps or the Heavenly Way Palm. He mainly added the power of wind and fire to his attack, and it would reach or even surpass the power of a level 4 genius. Moreover, this was a battle that could last for a long time, unlike the Heavenly Path Palm, which consumed a lot of energy. Although he had not reached the level of a level 5 talent, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Continue to improve my physical body. The next moment, Lu Ming returned to the Supreme Shrine. He took out another level 5 spiritual medicine and began to transform it into the qi of myriad spirits to improve his physical body. However, the amount of energy required for a 6th grade body was simply too much. It was at least 10 times more than what a 5th grade body needed. A day later, after Lu Ming refined the spiritual medicine, his physical body only improved a little. He did not know how far he was from achieving rank 6. Continue. Continue. Lu Ming started to refine the spiritual medicine continuously. Another 5 days had passed. The remaining 5 jeweled spiritual herbs had all been refined. Lu Ming's physical body had only reached the peak of the initial success of the 6th stage and had not broken through to the upper tier. The amount of energy required is too terrifying. I don't know how much more energy is needed to cultivate a 7th grade body. Whatever, I'll continue to refine those low-grade spiritual herbs. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of spiritual herbs appeared in front of him. Like a small mountain, there were level 2, level 3, and level 4. They were all obtained from other people's storage rings after killing them. Refine! In Lu Ming's hands, there was an inexplicable aura that enveloped the hundreds of spiritual herbs. These spirit herbs were too weak to be compared to level 5 spirit herbs. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to refine a few hundred of them at once. Buzz! Lu Ming activated the 10,000 spirit war body. Some of the spirit herbs shook and turned into ashes. Lu Ming absorbed the medicinal effects and transformed them into the qi of 10,000 spirits, nourishing his body. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to refine the pills. Time flew by and another 10 days passed. In 10 days, Lu Ming had refined no less than 10,000 spiritual herbs of various levels. He had swept away all the spiritual herbs that he had accumulated during this period. At this moment, Lu Ming's physical body had reached the peak of upper-tier rank 6. He was just a step away from complete rank 6. This made Lu Ming sigh. Cultivating the physical body was really a money-burning task. The value of so many spiritual herbs was simply unimaginable, but they didn't have much effect on the improvement of the body. All right, I'll stop here for now. Now, I'll raise my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took out a vermilion fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. The 9-dragon bloodline refined it to increase his cultivation. The vermilion scarlet fruit was indeed a supreme treasure that could increase one's cultivation. The energy it contained was incomparably vast, and it continuously condensed true qi. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. Not long after, Lu Ming reached the later stage of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm and continued to improve. 3 days later, all 9 vermilion fruit were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the early stage of the 6th level martial arts Grandmaster realm. 9 vermilion red fruits. To others, I'm afraid you can advance 2 levels, but to me, it's not even 1 level. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He needed too much energy for every step he advanced. However, there was a benefit to it. The scarlet vermilion fruit's cultivation was extremely pure and had a solid foundation. Lu Ming could continue to devour the blood essence of demonic beasts to improve his cultivation. He didn't need to spend time to polish and stabilize his foundation. It's been more than 20 days since I entered seclusion. It's time to go out and take a walk. As he thought of this, he left the Supreme Shrine. It was still daytime outside. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and headed west. Following that, Lu Ming went on adventures during the day in search of opportunities. Before nightfall, he would enter the Supreme Shrine to comprehend force and cultivate martial arts techniques. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. These 7 days, there weren't many big waves. There's a city up ahead. Lu Ming saw a city ahead. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew toward the city. This city is huge. When Lu Ming neared, he realized that this city was very majestic. It was much larger than the previous one. Overbearing suppression. This was considered a big city in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. Lu Ming discovered many figures in the air. His body moved and he landed in the city. He sensed that there were powerful auras surging in some buildings in the city. It was clear that many young geniuses were cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and then walked toward the place with the most aura. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the center of the city. There were many people gathered there. Ancient remnant weapon, obtained in a secret place. It even contains a trace of spirituality. Exchange it for a piece of meteoric metal. An ancient elixir recipe from the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. It must be of high quality. I only want a high-level Earth-grade martial arts technique. You can take it. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he heard shouts. It was as if he had arrived at the market outside. Lu Ming was stunned. Then, he pulled a young girl to his side and asked. The young girl was kind. She briefly explained and Lu Ming came to a realization. This was equivalent to a small market. The first 3 months of the Detian Divine Guard selection was a time for people to gain experience, search for opportunities, and raise their cultivation. During this period of time, everyone might have gained something and obtained some treasures, but they might not be able to use them. Therefore, in some big cities, many geniuses would gather together and take out the treasures that they didn't need to exchange with others for the treasures they needed. Thus, this small market city was created. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He also strolled around to see if he could find anything he needed. There were about 500 to 600 people here. They were shouting non-stop and the items they took out were also strange. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. However, he did not see anything that tempted Lu Ming. You animal, it's you! All of a sudden, an angry roar was heard. The next moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura enveloping him. Lu Ming turned around quickly and saw a few young men walking toward him in big strides. Lu Ming could not help but smile. Wasn't this the long-armed young man from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range? He was really an enemy, a road butcher. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes are red. The long-armed young man's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Ming. Little bastard, I didn't expect to meet you here. This time, I won't let you escape. Also, where's the spirit herb? Hand it over now, or you'll die a horrible death. The long-armed young man said in a sinister voice. Are you stupid? It's been so many days, and you still have spirit herbs? If you really want it, I can still remember where it is. I can take you there, but I didn't expect you to have such a strong taste. Lu Ming said with a smile. This was an insult. This was an insult. The long-armed young man's eyes turned red at once. The bloodline in his body burst out, and a violent aura rose. Die! Die, you animal! Go to hell! The long-armed young man roared. Buzz! Lu Ming soared into the sky and hovered in the air. If you want to fight, come up. Buzz! The long-armed young man also rushed into the sky. Their actions naturally alerted the others. That's the flying ape from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. It's the strongest expert in the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. It said that it's a genius of 3 battles. Who is the other person? He dared to fight with the flying ape? Could it be that he is also the most powerful expert in a certain region? I don't know him. The others were all talking among themselves as they stared at the sky. In the sky, Lu Ming and the long-armed teenager, Flying Ape, stood opposite each other. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time. Lu Ming's body glowed and he took a step forward. Wherever he stepped, the space trembled violently, turning into a violent force that surged forward. Boom! This time, an even more shocking tremor spread out. The sound was vast and shocking. Whoosh! Then, a figure flew backward like a shooting star. It was the flying ape. The flying ape was defeated. The flying ape was actually defeated. Who is this person? It's so terrifying. Could it be one of those monstrous talents from the high-tier empires? Can't you guys see? This person is only in the early 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, but he was able to defeat the flying ape. How many battles did he have to go through? Oh my God, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have realized it. It's true. Isn't this too terrifying? The hundreds of geniuses below all took in a cold breath. In the air, the flying ape flew 1,000 meters and stopped in the air. Blood kept flowing out of its mouth, and its eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible! He growled. He was a genius who had won 3 battles and was the best in the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Countless so-called geniuses were trash in front of him. He had always been the one to defeat people of a higher level than him. Now, Lu Ming was the one who defeated him. He could not accept this. Nothing is impossible. Die! Lu Ming let out a long hiss and his figure soared into the sky. He appeared above the flying ape and looked down from above as he took a step forward. Boom! It was as if an ancient divine mountain was falling from the sky. Block it! The flying ape roared. At this moment, his body suddenly swelled up. His body was a lot bigger, and his arms were thick and solid. He looked more like a giant ape. This was a secret skill that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. Devour! Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and released a powerful devouring force on the flying ape. The flying ape's body trembled. He felt his blood and essence shake, wanting to leave his body. His aura suddenly dropped. Boom! At this moment, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and the flying ape clashed. The flying ape let out a blood-curdling screech, and its body fell to the ground like a cannonball. There was a large area of ancient houses. Boom! The flying ape crashed heavily into these houses, causing the earth to rumble violently. Heaven's Path Palm. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. The Heaven's Path palm print condensed and slammed down. Ah! The flying ape had just charged out from below when it saw the Heaven's Path palm print flying toward it. It immediately let out a cry of horror and despair. He was already injured, and he was no match for the palm. He was like a fly that was being suppressed by the heavenly Tao palm. There was another earth-shaking boom. A large area of ancient houses was shattered, dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. Die! Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he condensed more than 10 long spears in his hand. He threw them out and they turned into more than 10 bolts of lightning shooting down. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, And then there was no more sound. Many figures were floating in the sky above the city.
At this moment, all of them were staring at the city in a daze, their eyes filled with shock.
Just now, Lu Ming's series of attacks were swift, ruthless, and like a storm. There was no way to avoid them, and it shocked everyone. Four Symbols Key, Ancient Ruins. Facing such an attack, how was the flying ape? Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared down, waiting for the result. Soon, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing the scene below. First, a huge palm print that was dozens of meters wide came into view. In the huge palm print, the flying ape lay there like a dead dog. Several long spears condensed from true energy pierced through his body and nailed him to the ground. The flying ape's eyes were wide open.
Its eyes were filled with unwillingness, but it no longer had the slightest breath.
He was dead. The flying ape was killed. This was the strongest expert in this region, a genius who had only won 3 battles. Yet he was killed just like that. Everyone gasped and felt cold. Even in large regions and great empires, geniuses who had won 3 battles were extremely rare. They were exceptionally powerful. If such a person did not die, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the Martial King realm in the future. He could even reach an even higher realm. Now he had died just like that. Everything was for nothing. A general success was built upon thousands of bones. Every peak expert had stepped over piles of bones and the corpses of other geniuses to reach the top.
At this moment, the other young men who came with the flying ape from the Flying Tiger mountain range were trembling in fear, and their faces were pale.
They left sneakily. The flying ape was already killed. If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? Lu Ming could not be bothered with a few small fries. He moved and appeared beside the flying ape's corpse. He used his essential qi to sweep up the storage ring and devoured the blood essence. Immediately, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left the place. At the north of the city, Lu Ming landed and found a room to enter. Then, he appeared in the Supreme Shrine. During this period of time, he had obtained too many storage rings and had not carefully cleaned them up. He had only roughly cleaned up the place and removed the spirit herbs. As for the spiritual crystals and weapons, he didn't have time to clear them.
During this period of time, Lu Ming had obtained many things left behind by geniuses who were at least at the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm.
There were simply too many of them. The items inside were also extremely rich. Lu Ming counted them one by one. There were all sorts of lower, middle, and even upper spiritual crystals. One middle spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 lower spiritual crystals. One upper spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 middle spiritual crystals and 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. Lu Ming stored the spiritual crystals in a few storage rings. He did not count them carefully, but if all the spiritual crystals were converted into low-grade spiritual crystals, Lu Ming estimated that there would be at least 1 billion. Yes, 1 billion crystals. During this period of time, Lu Ming had accumulated too many spirit crystals and he had not spent them. Lu Ming calculated that after the Ditian Divine Guard selection, he would go out and purchase demonic beast blood essence in bulk to upgrade his bloodline. Apart from spirit crystals, there were also many spirit weapons. Of course, Lu Ming had already refined the spiritual herbs. There were also some blacksmithing materials, cultivation technique manuals, and all sorts of other items. They piled up into a few storage rings.
However, there was nothing too precious and it would not be of much help to Lu Ming.
After all these things were cleared, more than a day had passed. Lu Ming then left the Supreme Shrine and strolled around the streets. Buzz! Buzz!
However, Lu Ming had not walked for long on the street when he heard the sound of flying.
One figure after another flew over and stopped in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. These people were not from the same group but were divided into 3 groups. They were obviously from 3 different forces. But what was the meaning of these 3 different forces standing in front of him? He had never seen these people before.
Brother, please don't misunderstand.
I am the cold flow tree of the Hangushan area. One of the group of people was dressed in long snow-white robes. One of them was a young man in his mid-20s with a handsome face. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and smiled.
The Hangushan district.
Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming had heard of this area before. It was a small area not much larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range.
The cold flow wood in front of him had an extraordinary aura, and he might be the strongest person in the Hangushan area.
I'm Wu Hui from the Mingyan Peak area.
I'm Yi Tiannan from the Swallow Sparrow Lake area.
One person from each of the other two groups cupped his fists at Lu Ming. Clearly, these two people were the leaders of their respective forces. Mingyan Peak area, Yankai area. Lu Ming muttered. These two regions were small regions, just like the Hangushan region. However, Lu Ming had never dealt with people from these areas. Why were they looking for him?
May I know your name, brother?
Cold Flow would said with a smile.
Lu Ming.
Lu Ming said. It was just a name.
There was nothing to hide.
So it's Brother Lu. We have something to discuss with Brother Lu. Can we talk in private? Cold Flow would said as he pointed to the sky. What is it?
There's no harm in saying it here.
Lu Ming furrowed his brows slightly. Brother Lu, this Involivere's an ancient ruin. I'm afraid it's not good to let others know. Yi Tiannan of Swallow Sparrow Lake said in a low voice.
An ancient ruin?
Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He felt even more puzzled. Could it be that these people were looking for him for help? All right. Lu Ming nodded and flew to the sky. Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and Wu Hui also flew into the sky. Lu Ming was not afraid of any tricks.
Although the Cold Flow Wood and the other two gave off the feeling that they were extremely powerful, even stronger than the flying ape, he was not afraid of them.
However, Lu Ming was not afraid.
Even if the three of them joined forces and he was no match for them, it would not be too difficult for him to escape.
Tell me, what do you want from me? I don't believe that there are ancient ruins and that you would be so kind to find me. Lu Ming went straight to the point when they were high up in the sky. Brother Lu, please don't misunderstand. We need 4 keys to open the ancient ruins. The 3 of us each have one, and the 4th key is with you. Cold Flow would said with a smile.
On me.
Lu Ming was stunned. Haha, I'm not happy with Brother Lu. Actually, that key was originally with the flying ape. You killed the flying ape and took his storage ring. Of course that key is with Brother Lu. Cold Flow would laughed.
I see.
Lu Ming had a sudden realization. Brother Lu, did you see a palm-sized key in the shape of a tiger in the flying ape storage ring? Cold Flow would asked. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Then, with a move of his hand, a black, palm-sized tiger-shaped metal piece appeared in his hand.
Is it this one?
Lu Ming asked. When he was tidying up earlier, he had indeed found this metal piece in the flying ape storage ring. However, he had taken a look at it and didn't know what use it had, so he had thrown it aside. Could it be the key to some ancient ruins?
This is the one. Cold Flow Wood and the others were overjoyed when they saw this.
Then, their hands glowed, and a dragon-shaped, turtle-shaped, and phoenix-shaped iron plate appeared in their hands. The 4 symbols key has been gathered. We can finally open the ancient ruins. Cold Flow Wood was pleasantly surprised. After that, Cold Flow would explain to Lu Ming. Chapter 392 Oriole Behind. It turned out that they had discovered an ancient ruin by accident. According to speculation, it was the cave dwelling of an expert in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. However, the cave was covered in inscriptions and there was no way to enter. One could only enter after gathering all 4 keys. Previously, 3 people, including the flying ape, had arrived. They had been waiting for Mingyan Peak's return. It was only today that Wu Hui of Bright Splendor Peak arrived at this place. However, the tiger-shaped key had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. That was why they had come to look for Lu Ming together. Lu Ming nodded. This was more reasonable. Brother Lu, now that you have the tiger key, you will naturally have a share of the ancient ruins. How about exploring the ancient ruins with us? Cold Flow would said. All right, when do we leave? Lu Ming asked. We can set off in a few hours. The Cold Flow Tree and the others were overjoyed. Brother Lu, you can make some preparations. We will meet outside the city in 3 hours. Yi Tiannan said. Lu Ming nodded and the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming strolled around casually and returned to the previous room. He closed his eyes to rest. 3 hours later, his figure flashed and he left the city. When he arrived outside the city, he found that the people from Cold Flow Tree, No Return, and Yi Tiannan had already arrived. There were a total of 100 people from the three forces, and they were going together. However, Lu Ming was alone. He was rather special. If Lu Ming had not killed the flying ape in a domineering manner a few days ago and displayed his astonishing combat strength, most likely no one would have taken him seriously. "Brother Lu, you're here." The cold flowing would revealed a happy expression. "All right." Lu Ming nodded and said, "Let's go then." Immediately, more than 100 people rose into the air and headed north. 4 hours later, the group had already flown more than 100,000 miles. The surrounding environment became more and more remote, and there were mountains everywhere. After flying for another few thousand miles, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was endless, like a crouching dragon. Everyone landed at the head of the mountain range. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone door that was tightly closed. This is the ancient ruin, and the stone door is the entrance. We tried our best, but we couldn't break the stone door at all. We can only use the key to activate the inscriptions from the 4 statues to enter. Cold Flow would pointed to the front of the stone door. Lu Ming looked in that direction. Indeed, he saw 4 statues outside the stone door. The 4 statues were the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. It corresponded to their 4 keys. Lu Ming, Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and Wu Hui exchanged glances and flew forward. Lu Ming came before the white tiger statue. Then, an iron plate appeared in each of their hands. "Open!" The 4 of them shouted and poured their zhan qi into the metal plate. The 4 metal plates immediately emitted a hazy radiance. In the next moment, the 4 statues started to glow as well. Runes appeared one after another, flowing with light and vibrant colors. The light from the statue resonated with the light from the 4 metal pieces. Then, the light from the 4 statues gathered together and shot towards the stone door. Ka-ka! When the light hit the stone door, it began to make a cracking sound and slowly opened. "Ha ha ha, the opening of the ancient ruins. We've spent a few days waiting. We didn't wait in vain." At this moment, an excited laugh came from the distant sky. Many black figures were approaching from the distance. Not good. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "We've been targeted." The Cold Flow Tree's expression changed greatly. "The people from the Nether Demon Palace." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In the distant sky, the figures that were flying over at high speed were all wearing black skeleton robes. Weren't they the clothes of the Nether Demon Palace? The Nether Devil Palace. It's the Nether Devil Palace. The geniuses of Han Shangu, Ming Yen Peak, and the other 2 forces all exclaimed. Chapter 393 Falling into a Dangerous Place. Lu Ming walked onto the platform and felt waves of hot air blowing in his face. It was as if he was in a furnace. In front of the platform, there was a deep pit, and the road ahead was blocked. In the deep pit, there was a hot wave of steam rising. Lu Ming walked to the side of the platform and realized that the deep pit was round and had a diameter of at least 1,000 meters. Flames filled the deep pit. What was amazing was that this flame had 3 colors. The 3-colored flame danced and was extremely gorgeous. Could this be the 3-colored primordial fire? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 3-colored true fire was a strange fire in the world. It was much more magical than ordinary flames and was also much more powerful. On the other side of the deep pit was another platform. In front of the platform was a passage that went straight ahead, leading to an unknown place. Lu Ming frowned. If he was outside, he would be able to cover the distance of 1,000 meters with a slight sway of his body. But here, under the suppression of the inscription formation, he couldn't even cross 100 meters, let alone 1,000. Then, Lu Ming found two chains on the left and right sides of the deep pit. Could it be that he passed through these two chains? Lu Ming pondered. Ta-ta-ta. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps were heard. Following that, more than 20 young men from the Nether Demon Palace appeared. The leader was that tall youth Xiaofan. The moment Xiaofan saw Lu Ming, he immediately roared. Kid, senior brother Fei, you said that you have killed many disciples of my Nether Demon Palace. How dare you kill my disciples? You are courting death. With that, the 21 young experts, including the tall young man, charged toward Lu Ming. All 21 of them exuded a powerful aura. Especially Xiaofan, who was the leader, his aura was extremely terrifying. Early 8th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. Lu Ming frowned. Xiaofan's cultivation had actually reached the early stage of the 8th level Martial Ancestor Realm. The other three youths had reached the peak of the 7th level Martial Ancestor Realm. The strength of their auras was even a little stronger than the flying ape. Lu Ming had no doubt that each of these people was a genius who had won 3 battles. Apart from these 4, the remaining dozen or so people were not weak either. The 21 people quickly closed in on Lu Ming. Brat, die! Xiaofan revealed a hideous smile. A beam of sword light was incomparably dazzling as it charged towards Lu Ming. The terrifying attack was undoubtedly displayed. He was definitely a genius of 3 battles. You can't take it head-on. Lu Ming's mind was racing. In the early stage of Martial Ancestor 8 realm, coupled with 3 battle geniuses, her combat power had already exceeded his. If he took it head-on, he would be in a very passive position. Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly, trying to avoid the sword light. Chi. The next moment, dozens of sword lights flew toward him. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward and the space trembled. Bang! Bang! More than 10 sword gleams were shattered instantly, but there were still a few sword gleams that persevered and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously. Puchi! A sword light still hit him, leaving a sword wound on his chest, and blood flowed out. Dark Demon Life-Death Sword. Die! Xiaofan shouted and swung his sword. 2 sword radiances, one black and one white, shot out and enveloped Lu Ming. He could not avoid it. This sword was completely locked on Lu Ming. There was no way to avoid it. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming pushed his palm forward and a huge palm print blasted forward. Bang! First, it was a black sword light that exuded a sharp killing intent, clashing with the Heavenly Path palm print. With a loud boom, the black sword radiance dispersed. However, the Heaven Path palm print was also penetrated. The white sword radiance flashed past and continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Block it! With a shake of the long spear, the spear's radiance shot out like a dragon. Boom! Spear radiance and sword chi swept in all directions. The demon-subduing spear in Lu Ming's hand actually bent, and an extremely powerful force surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body could not help but retreat backward. Behind him was the deep pit that contained the 3-colored primordial fire. Lu Ming's body floated off the platform and was suspended in the air. From below, a scorching aura surged up. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a chain condensed from essential chi wrapped around the iron chains on both sides of the deep pit. You still want to struggle? Die! Xiaofan slashed out a few more sword chis, aiming at Lu Ming's essential chi chain. The true energy chain was cut off and Lu Ming's body fell rapidly into the deep pit. You dare to kill my Nether Demon Palace's people. Dying in the sea of fire is already letting you off easy. Xiaofan sneered as he watched Lu Ming's figure disappear into the sea of fire. The temperature of the 3-colored primordial fire was extremely terrifying. It was dozens of times, even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary flames. Lu Ming circulated his essential chi to resist, but it was useless. His essential chi actually started to burn. One had to know that he cultivated the true war dragon technique's true chi, which was much stronger than ordinary true chi. If he couldn't even withstand this, then ordinary true chi would probably be burned to nothing in an instant. Despite this, Lu Ming could not resist for long. In all directions, there was an endless 3-colored true fire, burning fiercely and scorching. Lu Ming's essential qi was being consumed at a rapid rate. Some parts of his essential qi had even been burned through. The scorching flames surged in and Lu Ming's body made sizzling sounds. If his physical body had not reached the upper tier of the 6th stage, he would have been burnt to ashes.
What do we do?
If this goes on, we'll be dead. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. It was difficult to fly in this place. Lu Ming's body kept falling, and the lower he fell, the more powerful the 3-colored primordial fire was. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. At this moment, a change occurred. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and something suddenly rushed out.
This is Yi's stone egg.
Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't this the stone egg that had shot out of the Heaven's Gate in the Qianjiang water area? He could sense a weak life aura from the stone egg. However, Lu Ming had used all sorts of methods, but he could not make the stone egg react at all. Lu Ming thought that it was a useless egg. However, the stone egg had rushed out of the Supreme Shrine on its own. Most importantly, he had placed the stone egg in the Supreme Shrine. It was unbelievable that the stone egg could rush out of the Supreme Shrine on its own.
Buzz!
The stone egg flew out and hovered above Lu Ming's head. It shook slightly, and a cool aura spread out and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Immediately, Lu Ming felt the flames around him retreat. He felt a cool sensation all over his body, and there was no heat at all. Although he was still falling, the 3-colored primordial fire could no longer hurt him. His body continued to fall, and in the blink of an eye, he had fallen a few thousand meters. Suddenly, the surrounding scene changed. Lu Ming rushed out of the area of the 3-colored primordial fire. Lu Ming could see the ground tens of meters below him. He flew down and landed on the ground. He raised his head and looked up. There seemed to be a barrier dozens of meters above him that separated the 3-colored primordial fire. Where is this place? Immediately, Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank and his mind was greatly shaken. Chapter 394 Supreme Treasure Pill. He discovered that the ground beneath his feet was not ordinary, but a type of metal. It was a dark red metal with strange patterns carved on it. The entire ground was made of this metal. Lu Ming walked to the side. After about 600 meters, he saw the wall. The wall was also made of this kind of metal, and there were floral patterns on it.
Buzz!
Lu Ming took out a level 4 saber from a storage ring and slashed at the metal wall. The saber shook and was bounced away. There was not even a mark on the metal wall. This can't be an alchemy furnace, right? Lu Ming suddenly had a bold guess. The deep pit and the surrounding metal walls made Lu Ming think of an alchemy furnace. It was an alchemy furnace with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters and a depth of several thousand meters. At the thought of this, Lu Ming gasped in shock. With such a huge alchemy furnace, what kind of elixir was he going to refine?
Buzz!
At this moment, the stone egg trembled and actually flew in a direction of its own accord. Lu Ming then realized that there was still this stone egg. Just now, Lu Ming's attention was drawn to the stone egg and he had forgotten about it. This time, the stone egg seemed to have come alive. It was like a living creature, making Lu Ming extremely surprised. Previously, he had spent a lot of effort, but nothing had happened. Could there be something here that's attracting the stone egg? At the thought of this, Lu Ming ran after him. When they arrived at the center of the deep pit, the stone egg shot up into the sky. The surface of the stone egg emitted a strange aura that caused the 3-colored primordial fire to avoid it. The 3-colored primordial fire dodged, and a vacuum was revealed. A golden pill the size of a dragon's eye was floating there. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out. There was actually a pill here. Furthermore, this medicinal pill looked too extraordinary. Its entire body was golden, like the legendary golden core of the Great Path. On the surface of the pill, there were true dragons and divine phoenixes dancing. It was extremely mysterious. Most importantly, Lu Ming could feel that this pill contained an endless amount of energy essence. It was definitely a treasure pill. Could it be that such a large pill furnace was used to refine this pill? Could it be that the stone egg's abnormality was also because of this pill? The answer was obvious. The stone egg rushed to the side of the elixir. Its round body was trembling slightly, as if it was excited.
Then, a crack suddenly appeared on the stone egg, as if it had opened its mouth, and it swallowed the golden pill.
Lu Ming was dumbfounded.
He then wailed, "No!
You should at least leave some for me."
The pill was a supreme treasure.
It was unknown how many years had passed, but its spiritual essence had not been lost. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. If it was taken out, its value would definitely be terrifying. Now, it was actually swallowed by the stone egg in one bite. Wastrel! Lu Ming roared angrily. Kacha kacha! The stone egg chewed the pill as if it was eating candy, making a crunching sound. The next moment, Lu Ming saw traces of golden powder floating down from the stone egg. This was the residue that it had accidentally dropped when it was chewing on the pill. These fragments also rippled with powerful spiritual essence fluctuations. I can't waste it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and controlled his 9-dragon bloodline to open his mouth and suck in the debris. Boom! Boom! When he inhaled the debris, Lu Ming felt as if thousands of volcanoes had erupted.
Endless energy essence burst out, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons swelled up like a balloon, almost bursting.
Boundless energy swept through the area. It was simply too powerful. Lu Ming was almost scared to death. He then shouted, "Refine, refine!" He controlled the bloodlines of the 9 dragons and started to refine them crazily. With the bloodline of the 9 dragons, he was 100 meters long and had the shape of a flood dragon. At this moment, he had become a fat worm, round and bulging. Waves of immense energy gushed into Lu Ming's body. This energy was extremely pure and could be transformed into essential qi without any refining. Chapter 395 Crazy Improvement. Lu Ming was looking forward to the second bloodline, as it was awakened from his body, unlike the 9 dragons' bloodline, which was awakened by the blood essence of the 9 dragons. As the surging energy gushed in, the second bloodline's chakra glowed brighter and brighter. The energy within the 9 dragon bloodline was finally about to be exhausted. A few more minutes passed. The second bloodline trembled and let out a buzzing sound. On top of the original 4 Asilavirur chakras, a 5th chakra was formed. His second bloodline had advanced to the 5th tier of the king level. When the second bloodline reached the 5th tier of the king class, the mist on the steel seemed to have thinned a little, but the words on the steel were still unclear. He could only vaguely make out 3 words. At that moment, a loud boom was heard from within Lu Ming's body. An extremely powerful aura soared into the sky and blasted a huge hole in the 3-colored primordial fire above his head. Lu Ming broke through to the early stage of the 8th level martial arts grandmaster realm in one go. At this time, the energy of the pill residue was finally completely refined. Buzz! Lu Ming opened his eyes and 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, reaching hundreds of meters away. Martial Ancestor 8th stage, too strong. Lu Ming felt the essential qi in his body that was more than 10 times stronger than before and was overjoyed. Not only that, even the 2 types of blood meridians had been upgraded to the 5th level of the king level. This had saved Lu Ming a lot of blood essence. Moreover, the 9 dragon bloodline had advanced 3 levels in a row, and its devouring power was more than 10 times stronger. When it was used, its influence on others would also be greatly enhanced. What kind of pill is that? It's just a tiny bit of residue, but it's able to raise my cultivation and bloodline at a crazy rate. How terrifying would it be if it was a whole pill? At the thought of this, Lu Ming hurriedly looked up. A stone egg the size of a human head was floating there, emitting a strong light. Unlike before, the stone egg was filled with a strong qi of life, unlike before, where there was only a trace of it. What is this egg? He's actually able to refine an entire pill. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming screamed in his heart. He had only refined a trace of the residue and he had almost burst. If the entire pill were to be consumed, Lu Ming had no doubt that he would burst instantly. As for the stone egg, It was actually refined in its entirety. It was truly somewhat evil. The life force within the stone egg became stronger and stronger. What's inside? It can't be about to hatch, right? Lu Ming thought to himself and looked at the stone egg with anticipation. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. After the stone egg emitted a bright light, it quickly fell silent. Even the fluctuations of life became silent. It didn't hatch, but refined an entire pill without any floating essence? It can't be? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At this moment, the stone egg slowly floated down and landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand, but it did not move. Why is it so heavy? Lu Ming began to exert his strength and burst out his essential qi at the same time. At this time, the stone egg was slowly lifted up by Lu Ming. Isn't this too heavy? Previously, it was only about 1,000,000 jin, but now it's at least 10,000,000 jin. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. What kind of egg was this? It was ridiculously heavy. Collect. Lu Ming had an idea. He wanted to keep the stone egg in the supreme shrine, but the stone egg was in his hand and did not move at all. No way? It can't be taken in. Lu Ming was speechless. He continued to try but gave up after a while. Previously, it could still be stored in the supreme shrine. However now, it could not even store the supreme shrine, let alone a storage ring. It was completely useless. Don't tell me that I have to carry this stone egg that weighs 10,000,000 jin and walk around randomly in the future? Then I'll be dead tired. Lu Ming's eyes were wide open, staring at the stone egg. He was speechless. However, he could not bear to throw away the stone egg. This stone egg was too strange. It might have an extraordinary origin. Lu Ming could not bear to give it up. Buzz! At this moment, the stone egg in Lu Ming's hand moved. It emitted a faint glow and flew a few rounds in the air. At the same time, the stone egg size began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it shrank to the size of a fingertip and landed on a strand of Lu Ming's hair beside his ear. It hung on his hair and swayed, but he could not feel any weight at all. This works too. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a while, he was overjoyed. This was also good. He had so levered a big problem. Now, people of the Nether Demon Palace, wait for me. Lu Ming looked up, his eyes shining. Immediately, Lu Ming walked to the side of the furnace and climbed up the mountain. There was an inscription formation here, so he couldn't fly. Lu Ming was like a monkey, climbing up the walls of the furnace. When he entered the three-colored primordial fire, the stone egg in his hair glowed faintly and a cooling sensation spread through his body. The three-colored primordial fire had no effect on Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming passed through the layers of flames and returned to the platform. Above, there was no one else. The people from the Nether Demon Palace must have followed the two chains and entered the tunnel ahead. Lu Ming moved. He stepped on the iron chain and dashed to the opposite side. When he reached the opposite side, he ran forward at top speed. After a few miles, Lu Ming felt his body become lighter. The surrounding pressure had disappeared and Lu Ming could fly again. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure instantly sped up by dozens of times as he rushed forward. After a few breaths, they had rushed through the long passage and a shout came from ahead. Quick, quick, dig up these spiritual herbs. Some of them are extinct in the outside world. If we bring them back to the sect and sell them, their value will be immeasurable. A rough voice sounded. From the voice, it was the voice of the tall youth from the Nether Demon Palace. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure dashed out and a wide grassland came into view. The grassland was a few hundred mu wide. On the grassland, there were all kinds of spiritual herbs. There were level 1, level 2, level 3, and all the way to level 4 spirit herbs. There were all kinds of them, full of vitality, and some of them had strange shapes that he had never seen before. This was a real herbal field. However, he did not find any traces of level 5 spiritual herbs. It's you. The moment Lu Ming rushed out, he naturally alerted the people from the Nether Demon Palace. More than 20 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming in unison. When they saw Lu Ming, they could not help but be stunned. Brat, you fell into the three-colored primordial fire and you didn't die. Yu Feisher called out in disbelief. If you're not dead, how can I be dead? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his eyes turned cold. Haha, kid. I don't know if you're stupid or brainless. I don't know what method you used to escape from the three-colored primordial fire, but since you've escaped, you didn't take the opportunity to escape. Instead, you came here to die. You're the only one in the world. Yu Feisher laughed out loud. His tone was filled with contempt. Laugh, laugh all you want. As a dying man, it doesn't matter if you laugh a little longer. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Brat, you're the one who's going to die. Buzz. With a cold shout, a sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. An expert at the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm made his move. I have to thank you. This was one of the strongest experts of the Nether Devil Palace, other than Yu Feisher. With a cultivation at the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm, he had fought 3 battles before and was even stronger than the flying ape. The space trembled as the sword light flashed. The first one. At this moment, Lu Ming muttered softly. With a move of his hand, his essential chi condensed into a long spear and he directly whipped it at his opponent. Bang! As the long spear swept across, the sword light crumbled like tofu. The spear's body heavily struck the expert from the Nether Demon Palace. Bang! In an instant, the man's eyes popped out. He didn't even have time to scream before his entire body exploded. Flesh, blood, bones, and bones were all stimulated by the energy and pierced through the experts of the Nether Demon Palace. How did this happen? Be careful. The people from the Nether Demon Palace were first shocked, then chaos ensued. The true chi in his body erupted, blocking the flesh and bone armor that was piercing through. Pooh! It was as if bullets had hit their bodies. Instantly, more than a dozen disciples of the Nether Demon Palace with weaker cultivations had bloody holes in their bodies. They fell to the ground and screamed in pain. How did this happen? Yu Feisher let out a roar of disbelief. In one move, he had instantly killed a martial arts Grandmaster 7 Dan Peak warrior of the 3rd stage, and the remaining energy could seriously injure more than a dozen experts. How was this possible? Even he couldn't do it. I have to thank you for this. With the help of the 3-colored primordial fire, I had a fortuitous encounter and my cultivation level skyrocketed. Lu Ming looked at Yu Feisher and smiled faintly. Fuck no, that's impossible. Yu Feisher roared, finding it hard to accept. He had wanted to kill Lu Ming, but in the end, he had helped Lu Ming and allowed him to have a fortuitous encounter. How could there be such a thing in the world? Thinking of this, he was so depressed that he wanted to go crazy. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Boom! His figure moved and he took a step forward. 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. An unimaginable power erupted from Lu Ming's feet. Block it! Block it! Yu Feisher roared and joined forces with the remaining 5 or 6 people to resist with all their might. However, under Lu Ming's attack, everything was in vain. Bang! 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 Other than Yu Feisher, the other disciples of the UMO Palace screamed as their bodies exploded, including those who were injured. Roar! The 9-dragon bloodline flew out and devoured everyone's blood essence. Yu Feisher's situation was not much better. Under Lu Ming's attack, many of his bones were broken and he lay on the ground like mud. Ah, how could it be? Yu Feisher roared, unable to bear it. Lu Ming had actually obtained a fortuitous encounter because of him and killed him instead. This was simply ridiculous. He really wanted to roar at the sky and ask why the heavens were treating him like this. What is it called? You can be on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. He flicked his finger and a ray of spear radiance flew out, piercing Yu Feisher's throat. Lu Ming was now in the early stage of the 8th level martial arts Grandmaster realm, close to the 5th level. Killing Yu Feisher and the others was as easy as cutting grass. After killing Yu Feisher, he devoured his blood essence and kept the storage ring of the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace. Immediately, Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs in the surrounding herbal field. However, they were all level 1, level 2, level 3, and the highest was level 4. Although there were some very rare spiritual herbs, they were too low level. To Lu Ming, they were not of much use. Why aren't there any level 5 spiritual herbs? Lu Ming pondered and then took out the storage ring of the nether flying stone. He was overjoyed when he took a look. In Yu Feisher's storage ring, there were more than a dozen level 5 spiritual herbs that gave off a strong medicinal fragrance. It was not that there were no level 5 spirit herbs here, but they had already been dug away by Yu Feisher and the others. He took another look at the low-level spiritual herbs. Then, Lu Ming took action and picked some level 4 spiritual herbs. As for the low-level spiritual herbs, Lu Ming could not be bothered to take action. Even if there were some that were rarer in the outside world, Lu Ming was not an alchemist and did not know how to plant herbs. He reckoned that they would be dead after digging them out for a period of time. After picking the level 4 spiritual herbs, Lu Ming moved forward. At the end of the herbal field, there was a passageway. Lu Ming dashed into the passageway and disappeared. At this moment, there was a huge bronze palace in the depths of the ruins. The bronze palace's gate was tightly shut. There were 4 small statues at the gate. They were the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. It was about a meter tall. At this moment, there were more than 100 people gathered in front of the bronze statue. Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan Wuhui, and the others were all among them. However, at this moment, they were in a sorry state, especially Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and the others. They were injured all over and their breathing was shallow. As for the 3 forces, they originally had more than 100 people, but now they only had a few dozen people left. The other people present were all disciples of the Nether Demon Palace in black robes. They surrounded Cold Flow Wood and the rest. Yu Feiyu, we have given you the key to this relic. Now, can you let us go? Cold Flow Wood looked at the leader of the Nether Demon Palace. This person was the most powerful person in the Nether Demon Palace, Yu Feiyu. Let you go? There are only 3 4-symbol secret keys, and we are still short of the White Tiger secret key. Before the 4 secret keys are gathered, none of you can leave. Yu Feiyu sneered. We have already said that the White Tiger key is not with us. Cold Flow Wood gritted his teeth. I don't care about that. You came in together. You can't enter this bronze hall without the 4 keys. You'd better stay here. Yu Feiyu said indifferently, his tone unquestionable. Damn it, Yu Feiyu, don't you go too far. You have killed so many people from our 3 sides. Now that we have given you the key, you want to go back on your word? Yi Tiannan roared. Hee hee. Yu Feiyu sneered and said with a mocking look, I'm bullying you, so what? Can you resist? In this world, the weak don't have the right to speak. Right now, your fates are all in my hands. Whether I let you go or not depends on my mood. Do you understand? Yu Feiyu looked down at Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and the others, his tone full of arrogance. Giggle. Han Liumu gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Humiliation, incomparable humiliation filled their hearts, and they almost exploded. However, they knew that if they resisted, they would die. Thus they could only endure it. Yu Feiyu glanced at Cold Flow Wood and the others indifferently, then stopped paying attention to them. She looked at the passage on the left and frowned. The Yu Feisher still hadn't arrived. This made him a little unhappy. What's that Yu Feisher doing? Taking so much time to deal with a small fry, this guy is getting more and more unreliable. A young man with a big nose said beside Yu Feiyu. Maybe it's because of some matter. Another person said. He couldn't have been killed, right? Hee hee, senior brother Feiyu, let me go and see what's going on. The big-nosed young man sneered. The wonderful stone egg. N. Yu Feiyu nodded. Junior brother Fei, go and check it out. See what's going on. Find junior brother Feisher and ask him to bring the White Tiger key as soon as possible and meet us. Yes. The big-nosed young man cupped his fists and was about to leave. At this moment, a voice sounded. No need, your junior brothers won't be able to come. Who is it? The big-nosed youngster, Yu Fei, shouted coldly. Yu Feiyu and the others could not help but look at the tunnel on the left. A young man who wasn't even 20 years old walked out.
Lu Ming! Brother Lu! Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tianan, and the others all exclaimed when they saw this young man.
The young man was Lu Ming. He followed the path in the herb field and came here. When he arrived, he heard the conversation between Yu Feiyu and the others. "It's you? Kid, you're still alive?"
The big-nosed young man shouted coldly.
"Of course I'm still alive. Are you blind?"
Lu Ming pursed his lips and berated. "You win."
The big-nosed young man's breathing stagnated. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Kid, it seems like Yu Feisher and the others didn't find you. They let you escape, but you barged in here. This is really fate. No one can save you. Hurry up, hand over the white tiger key and I can give you a quick death." The big-nosed young man rebuked with an arrogant and haughty expression. "There was a big guy just now who was as arrogant as you. In the end, I sent him on his way. It seems that I will send you on your way too." Lu Ming smiled faintly, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "What? You killed Yu Feisher? I'd like to see how much you're worth." The big-nosed young man took a step forward. His sword light flashed and a cold sword light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was as fast as lightning. In the early stage of martial ancestor 8 stage, this big-nosed youth was not inferior to Yu Feisher. With a flick of his finger, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand. Lu Ming was about to swing the spear. At this time, the stone egg hanging in his hair suddenly flew out and turned into the size of a human head. It directly ignored the sword light and rushed past, then smashed fiercely at the big-nosed young man's face. It hit the big-nosed young man's nose precisely. "Gotcha!" A sound that made one's teeth ache was heard. The big-nosed young man screamed and fell to the ground. Whoosh! The stone egg flew back and floated in front of Lu Ming. It bounced around like a naughty ball. He seemed to be extremely excited. "This fuck!" Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Yu Feiyu, Cold Flow Wood, and the others were also dumbfounded. "This works too. What kind of stone was this?" Lu Ming threw a stone and it injured the big-nosed young man with one hit. "What kind of treasure was this?" At that moment, the big-nosed young man was lying on the ground, screaming in pain. It was terrible.
His face was covered in blood, and the area around his nose had completely caved in.
Even his facial features could not be seen clearly. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat as they watched. It was really tragic. "This stone egg goo." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He reached out to hold the stone egg, but he did not expect it to be so lively. It jumped a few times in the air and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming could not feel any weight at all. "Haha, this stone egg is so intelligent. What is it?" Lu Ming was even more curious. He suddenly felt that the entire pill had not been wasted. "Let's attack together. Be careful of that stone egg." Yu Feiyu gave the order and looked at the stone egg on Lu Ming's shoulder with a grave expression. He wasn't confident that he could defeat the big-nosed young man with one strike. Buzz! Buzz! In a flash, the disciples of the Dark Demon Palace surrounded Lu Ming and looked at the stone egg with fear. No one wanted to be attacked. As for Lu Ming, they had ignored him. As for Cold Flow Wood and the rest, their eyes shone with hope. They were in despair. Even though Lu Ming had arrived, they still did not have much hope. They knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was similar to theirs. It was impossible for them to be a match for the many experts from the Nether Demon Palace. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly throw out a stone egg and knock out the big-nosed young man with one blow. This gave them hope. The stone egg on his shoulder glowed. Buzz! Suddenly, the stone egg flew out again and smashed down on a martial arts Grandmaster 7 Dan genius. The genius was shocked. He roared and used all his strength. The power of his bloodline and true chi burst out without regard for his life, laying out more than a dozen defenses. However, it was useless. Bang! The stone egg instantly passed through these defenses and smashed into the young man's head. The young man screamed as his head split open like a watermelon. He fell to the ground and died. A one-hit kill. Everyone gasped. Especially those from the Nether Demon Palace, Their faces were filled with fear. Even Yu Feiyu was shocked and fearful. Bas! After the stone egg killed one person, it flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and jumped around excitedly. Let's attack together. That stone egg can only deal with one person at a time. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. That stone egg will become ownerless, and we won't have to fear it anymore. Yu Feiyu shouted. Kill! Kill! A total of 70 to 80 disciples of the UMO palace charged towards Lu Ming. Immediately, 70 to 80 sword qi enveloped Lu Ming from all directions. The space immediately boiled and was thrown into chaos by the sword qi. The power of 70 to 80 geniuses attacking together was too shocking. Then all of you shall die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Boom! Boom! The second blood meridian burst out, causing Lu Ming's strength to increase greatly. At the same time, the bloodline of the 9 dragons flew out, opened its mouth and roared. A terrifying devouring power burst forth and enveloped the disciples of the Nether Demon Palace. He was instantly stunned. Arg, not good, my bloodline strength is going to leave my body. The blood essence is unstable, it's about to rush out of my body. The disciple of the Nether Demon Palace let out a terrified roar. In an instant, the sword light was in chaos. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly and his 9-dragon bloodline had risen 3 levels in a row, how terrifying was the devouring power. Those whose cultivation levels were lower than Lu Ming's almost lost control of their blood meridian power and were devoured. They could not even unleash much of their combat strength. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. At that moment, Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Boom! The entire space shook. Then dash, bang, bang. The disciples of the Nether Demon Palace exploded like rotten sweet potatoes, and their blood essence flew into the mouths of the 9 dragons. 81 people. With this kick, a total of 81 people were killed. Only Yu Feiyu and the other 2 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were still alive. The 3 of them were all at least in the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, but they were all half dead. Even Yu Feiyu was the same. The number 1 genius of the Nether Demon Palace had reached the middle of the 8th level of the martial grandmaster realm. His combat strength had even surpassed that of a genius of 3 battles. However, Lu Ming's kick still left him severely injured. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. How could this be? How did this happen? Yu Feiyu shouted hysterically, as if he had gone crazy. He found it hard to accept all this. In just one move, the most elite group of people from the Nether Demon Palace had all died. How could he be so strong? Back then, when the disciples of the Nether Demon Palace used the Shadow Exterminating Talisman to transmit the images, Lu Ming was far from being this powerful. Power Upanishad crystals. Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his abilities? Yu Feiyu thought she was dreaming. Brother, let me go. I beg you to let me go. I can give you everything I have. Yu Feiyu shouted. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die at all. He was the strongest expert among the younger generation in the Nether Demon Palace. In the future, he would definitely inherit the position of the Palace Master of the Nether Demon Palace and become the overlord of a large region. He would rule over the vast mountains and rivers, hundreds of millions of citizens, and countless beauties. He could get whatever he wanted. How could he bear to die when his bright future was right in front of him? What was face compared to life? Let you go? After I kill you, all your belongings will still be mine. Lu Ming sneered. No, don't kill me. I know a treasure. If you let me go, I'll tell you the address of the treasure. Yu Feiyu shouted. On the side, Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and the others watched this scene with complicated feelings. Yu Feiyu, who had been so high and mighty and controlled their life and death, was now begging for mercy like a pug in front of Lu Ming. The world changed so quickly it was really amazing. This was the change brought about by strength. In the world of martial Dao, the strong reigned supreme. Only the strong could dominate everything. It was no wonder that most of the warriors were willing to risk their lives to improve their cultivation. Treasure. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Then tell me the address of the treasure, he said. Promise to let me go first, Then I'll tell you the location of the treasure." Yu Feiyu shouted, his eyes flickering. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be interested in the treasure, hope was ignited in his heart. He was thinking about how to negotiate with Lu Ming. But in the next moment whoosh! A ray of spear light shot out and pierced through Yu Feiyu's heart. The powerful force crushed Yu Feiyu's heart into pieces. "Why?" Yu Feiyu let out a desperate roar. His eyes popped out like a dead fish, full of disbelief. He could not figure out why Lu Ming wanted to kill him all of a sudden. Wasn't he already moved? "Let's not talk about whether what you said is true or whether there is such a treasure. Even if there is such a treasure, I will not let you go. I don't want to leave behind future trouble for myself because of an unknown treasure." A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Yu Feiyu roared unwillingly and stopped breathing. After that, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he killed the remaining disciples of the Nether Demon Palace. At the same time, he did not let go of the storage rings and blood essence. On the side, Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and the others were dumbfounded. "Lu! Brother Lu, thank you for your help." The Cold Flow tree stepped forward and cupped its fists to thank Lu Ming. "Nothing much. I just did it in passing," Lu Ming said indifferently. Then he walked toward the bronze hole's door. Cold Flow Wood and the others watched from behind, not following. Lu Ming walked to the door and waved his hand. 4 keys appeared in his hands. Lu Ming did not return it to the Cold Flow Wood and the rest. He had gotten it from Yu Feiyu and it naturally became his spoils of war. He was not so kind as to return it to the Cold Flow Wood and the rest. Buzz! The moment the 4 keys appeared, they aimed at the 4 statues and flew into their mouths. Ka-ka! The door of the bronze hall slowly opened, revealing the dark environment inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. In a flash, he rushed into the door and disappeared. Behind them, Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and the others looked at the gate with uncertain expressions. "Brother Han, should we go in?" Yi Tiannan asked Cold Flow Wood. Cold Flowing Wood's eyes flickered continuously as if he was hesitating. After a long while he sighed and said, "You've all seen Lu Ming's strength. It's simply unfathomable. I reckon that he's completely hidden his strength in his battle with the flying ape. He's definitely a top monster in some super region. The temper of such a person is unpredictable. If we enter and cause him to be unhappy, we'll only be able to die in his anger." Cold Flowwood looked into the door. His eyes filled with fear. "I agree with Brother Han's opinion." Chapter 399 Meeting People on the Cloud Emperor ranking again. Lu Ming did a count. There were a total of 29 intent crystals. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich." Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He didn't need any other gains. Just these intent crystals were enough for him to make a killing. Lu Ming closed the box and kept it in the Supreme Shrine. After that, Lu Ming picked up the notebook and flipped it open. This time, Lu Ming was a little disappointed. This was not a secret cultivation technique or martial arts technique book. Instead, it was a book on the experience of refining pills. It seemed that this ancient ruin was the residence of an alchemy grandmaster, and everything was related to alchemy. Lu Ming did not know much about the Tao of inscription. He flipped through a few pages and put it away. Finally, he walked towards the pill furnace. The pill furnace was as tall as a person. It had an ancient and simple design, and there were all sorts of flower patterns carved on it. However, it looked pitch black. Although it didn't decay like the other pill furnaces, it didn't seem to have any spirituality. Forget it, I'll keep it first. Maybe I can sell it for a good price. Lu Ming smiled and kept the alchemy furnace in his storage ring. After making another round and finding nothing, Lu Ming walked out of the bronze hall. He realized that Han Lu Mu and the rest were no longer there. Lu Ming smiled. He did not mind. He randomly chose a path and headed out. After leaving the legacy site, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and flew back to the city. When Lu Ming returned to the city, he heard a piece of shocking news. The dragon's den had opened. A dragon's den. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. A dragon's cave was said to be the lair of a dragon. In the distant past, there were true dragons that rested. It was a very famous, wondrous place in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. However, the dragon's cave, as well as the surrounding wide area, was shrouded in ruins and could not be opened at all. It was said that even the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace could not open it. The last time it opened was a few thousand years ago. Now, it actually opened again. It was a land of peerless treasures. It was said that there were countless spiritual medicines and even secret treasures left behind by true dragons. Everyone's hearts were burning with passion as they left the city and headed for the dragon's cave. A dragon's cave. I can't miss this. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes shining. He cultivated the true war dragon technique and the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps, and he had awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Everything was related to dragons, so how could he miss a dragon's cave? The true war dragon technique had been stuck at the 5th level for a long time, and it was difficult to break through. If he could obtain a treasure related to the true dragon, he might be able to break through. At once, Lu Ming rose into the air and headed in the direction of the dragon's cave. The dragon's cave was located in a vast mountain range in the west. It was more than 1,000,000 miles away from this place. Lu Ming sped along. When night fell, Lu Ming entered the supreme shrine. Then, he took out the level 5 spirit herbs he had obtained from Euphasher and the others and activated the 10,000 spiritual combat body to improve his physical body. Lu Ming's physical body was improving rapidly again. The next day, Lu Ming continued on his journey. Boom! Boom! When Lu Ming passed by a forest, he heard a roar coming from ahead. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming's figure moved and he leaped into the forest like a ghost. The rumbling sound grew louder and louder. Lu Ming approached quickly and flew onto a big tree that required several people to hug it. He hid in the branches and looked ahead. A few thousand meters away, more than 100 figures surrounded a figure. Sword Wind Cloud. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the figure who was surrounded was the #1 genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking, Jian Fengyun. Young Master Tong Tianxi, Lan Yundao and Yan Feishuan are also here. Lu Ming swept his gaze and saw young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the others among the people who had surrounded Jian Fengyun. Not only that, but there were also geniuses from the Thousand River region. Lu Ming saw Autumn Water, Jiang Chun, and a young man who was as elegant as jade. This person was ranked 18th in the Thousand River region and had once left a scar on Jian Fengyun's face. In addition, there were many experts from the waters of the Thousand Rivers who Lu Ming did not know. Jian Fengyun, I advise you to stop your futile struggle. You will die today. Young Master Tianxi sneered. Tianxi, you're so despicable. How dare you surrender to the Thousand River region and become their lackeys? I, Jian Fengyun, am ashamed to be on the same side as you. Jian Fengyun roared. At this moment, there were no less than 10 wounds on his body, and he was drenched in blood. Jian Fengyun, don't be so rude. This is called, a wise man submits to circumstances. The geniuses of the Thousand Rivers and Waters have the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They are all outstanding talents. You can't compare to them. I joined them because I want to learn from them. Jian Fengyun, if you surrender now, I can help you plead for mercy and let you live. Young Master Tianxi shouted. Young Master Tianxi was originally proud and arrogant, thinking that he was a rare genius in the world. However, after entering the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield, he realized that he was wrong, terribly wrong. There were too many geniuses, and any one of them was no weaker than him. There were also many who were stronger than him. Especially when they encountered the experts of the Thousand River region, he immediately surrendered. Of course, Lan Yundao, Yan Feishuan, and the others also surrendered. As the lackeys of the Thousand River region, they killed those on the Cloud Emperor ranking who didn't surrender and surrounded Jian Fengyun. This Tianxi as a dog is quite suitable. Among the crowd, a young man in a blue robe with a big river on it said with a smile. Brother Wan is right. The reason why I didn't kill them is because I think I can use them to better control the Cloud Emperor mountain range in the future. It's better than killing them.
The young man with the title of God replied. With his talent, he appeared very respectful beside this young man.
Not bad. The blue-robed youth nodded.
At this moment, Jian Fingyun's hair stood on end as he shouted, Wei Tianxi, you're shameless and afraid of death.
Why would I, Jian Fengyun, be afraid of death? They're just a bunch of lackeys.
Enough!
Young Master Tianxi shouted in anger. Being called a lackey by Jian Fengyun, young Master Tianxi's face turned red. Jian Fengyun, isn't this all your fault? And that bastard Lu Ming? You guys were blind and audacious to have offended the geniuses of the Thousand River region. If you had been honest and sought refuge with the geniuses of the Thousand Rivers, there wouldn't have been so many problems today. Young Master Tianxi roared hysterically. That's right. Jian Fengyun, you've brought this upon yourself. You failed to recognize a formidable person, especially Lu Ming, that little bastard. He even dared to injure a heaven's favorite of the Thousand River region. He deserves to die. Lan Yundao also shouted.
Ha ha ha, a bunch of scum, the most shameless of them all.
Back then, I should have worked with Lu Ming to kill all of you. Jian Fengyun laughed out loud. Jian Fengyun, you don't have the chance to do so now. Prepare to die. Also Lu Ming, that bastard, will die sooner or later. When the time comes, you two will be companions. Young Master Tianxi sneered. Oh really? I'm right here, let's see how you kill me. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Chapter 400 Slapped to Death. A voice rang out, and a figure stepped out from a large tree. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. Who is it? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming in unison. Lu Ming! Lu Ming, it's you? Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the rest could not help but exclaim in shock when they saw Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, I don't know if you're stupid. You actually dared to walk out on your own. I really admire your intelligence. But this is good. It saves us the trouble of looking for you. Lan Yundao's face was filled with ecstasy. Little bastard, are you here to beg for mercy? It's too late to beg for mercy now. How about this? If you agree to be my dog for 20 years, I can plead with the heavens favorites of the Thousand River region to spare your dog life. Autumn Water also sneered. The way he looked at Lu Ming was extremely cold and vicious. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. He had thought that Lu Ming had come out to beg for mercy. However, how could he agree so easily? He wanted to humiliate Lu Ming before killing him. Where did these idiots come from? Lu Ming glanced at Lan Yun indifferently.
He glanced at Autumn Water and the rest and said indifferently.
This sentence, coupled with Lu Ming's disdainful expression, almost made Lan Yundao and Li Qiushui's mouths twist in anger. You're looking for death. You're looking for death. Li Qiushui roared. Lu Ming, leave quickly and escape. You must expose the shameless acts of young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the rest to the public. Don't let the world be deceived by them. Jian Fengyun shouted. Don't even think about it. Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Their actions must never be spread out. Otherwise, there would be no place for them in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Buzz! Buzz! Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, Ji Rufeng, Yang Liuji, and the rest moved and pounced on Lu Ming. However, there was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face. He stood there without moving. Shadows flickered. Young Master Tianxi and the rest of the group surrounded Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run to now. Young Master Tianxi sneered. AI! Seeing this, Jian Fengyun let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with despair. Lu Ming was surrounded. No one would spread the news of the despicable behavior of young Master Tianxi and the rest. Was the Cloud King mountain range going to fall into the hands of these people and be controlled by the Thousand Rivers? Jian Fengyun couldn't accept this. Lu Ming, you managed to escape last time. Let's see how you can escape this time. Lan Yundao looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Oh, do you think I won't slap you to death if you do?
Lu Ming cast a glance at Lan Yundao and said,
Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. Watch how I kill you.
Lan Yundao shouted with a confident expression.
Boom! A powerful aura rose from Lan Yundao's body. Early stage of martial ancestor 7 Dan. During this period of time, Lan Yundao's cultivation had made another breakthrough. He had reached the early stage of the 7th level of martial ancestor realm. No wonder he was so confident. Haha, Lu Ming die. I'll kill you as easily as killing a chicken. Lan Yundao laughed out loud.
Blue light burst out from his body and a dazzling saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming.
He was indeed much stronger than before. The people of the Thousand River region sneered and gloated.
However, Lu Ming did not move in the face of such a saber gleam.
Don't tell me that he was shocked by Lan Yundao's breakthrough. Young Master Tianxi chuckled.
Die, Lu Ming.
Die. Yang Liuji growled. He was about to see Lu Ming die in front of him, and he felt extremely comfortable. Ever since he had met Lu Ming in the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming in every way. He had been hoping that Lu Ming would die at all times. Now, it was finally going to come true. Buzz! The blue saber light looked like it was condensed from blue gemstones. It was crystal clear, resplendent, and powerful. It was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. To everyone's shock, he actually slapped out. Bang! A palm landed on the blue blade light. Let's attack together. This young man was dressed in purple clothes, purple boots, a purple jade belt, and even his sword was purple. He looked very noble. Zidong, the 19th place in the Thousand River region. As soon as this young man appeared, someone immediately whispered. He was ranked 19th in the Thousand River region. He was already an expert on the same level as Jian Fengyun. Zidong was very arrogant.
He looked at Lu Ming coldly and exuded a powerful aura.
Lu Ming, although your combat strength is not bad, you're too arrogant. However, I can give you a chance. If you can survive 3 of my sword strikes, I can consider sparing your life. I'm still alive after taking 3 of your sword strikes? If you want to make a move, then do it quickly. I can give you a chance to use your sword. You'd better use all your trump cards. After that, you won't have another chance. Lu Ming said indifferently. Who didn't know how to be crazy? Arrogant, then die. Zidong's killing intent burst out and his body emitted a strong purple light. Extreme purple sword technique, 1 sword from the east.
Zidong let out a long roar and unsheathed his sword.
In an instant, the sky was filled with purple chi. Then, a purple sword radiance shot out from the purple clouds and headed toward Lu Ming like a fairy from heaven. The speed was so fast that a long trace appeared in the sky. Bang! However, what welcomed him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming did not use the 9 Dragons' Heaven Treading Steps. It was just an ordinary kick, but it contained a powerful essential chi and the power of wind and fire. With this kick, the purple sword light fell apart. This kick directly landed on Zidong's face. In an instant, Zidong's face was deformed.
He didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying backward.
He crashed into 7 or 8 trees and left a deep trail on the ground.
He lay on the ground 1,000 meters away, his body convulsing. He was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. Hiss hiss hiss. Everyone gasped and looked at Lu Ming in a daze.
Wasn't this too overbearing? He had kicked Zidong half dead with 1 kick. What kind of combat power was this? Young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the others swallowed their saliva. They could feel cold sweat on their backs and their hands and feet were trembling. They could not help but wonder what the consequences would be if Lu Ming had kicked their faces. Jian Fengyun was stunned as well.
Then his eyes lit up with hope.
Lu Ming's strength had exceeded his expectations.
The blue-robed young man from the Thousand River region and the 5 or 6 young men beside him all looked serious.
I said you only have 1 chance. Lu Ming glanced at Zidong indifferently and did not look at him again. Humph. You're only in the early stage of martial ancestor 8 Dan. Among us, there are at least 6 people who are not weaker than you. Those who can kill you are not few either.
In the waters of the 1,000 rivers, a young man snorted coldly, and a cold killing intent burst out from his body.
Oh. Who didn't know how to shoot their mouths off? That's what that guy said just now, but in the end, he couldn't even take a kick from me. I think you people from the 1,000 River region can only talk for fun, but once you start fighting, you're all trash. Lu Ming cast a provocative look at the crowd at the 1,000 River area. Arrogant. You're looking for death. The people of the 1,000 River region were instantly enraged. With the blue-robed young man as the center, powerful auras burst out one by one. One after another, auras shot up into the sky like smoke signals. It was extremely terrifying. Cut the crap. You guys can come at me together. I'm too lazy to fight you one by one.
A contemptuous smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth as he said indifferently.
What? You fuck. The genius from the 1,000 River region was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the geniuses in the 1,000 River region alone? This was a blatant insult and a blatant contempt. However, young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the rest were overjoyed. Haha, Lu Ming is such an idiot. He's so arrogant now that he has some combat strength. He actually dares to challenge all the geniuses in the 1,000 River area? He's really looking for death. Jian Fengyun's expression changed as well.
He shouted, Lu Ming, you can't.
The top 10 geniuses of the 1,000 River region are all here. That blue-robed young man is Zhang Wantian, the #1 genius of the 1,000 River region. You can't be careless. You'd better break out of the encirclement quickly. Judging from Lu Ming's attack, he was definitely stronger than him. Lu Ming had reached the 8th grade martial ancestor realm and was definitely a 3-man genius. If Lu Ming had tried his best to break out of the encirclement, he might have been able to kill his way out. However, if he challenged all the geniuses of the 1,000 River region, especially Zhang Wantian, he would basically die. Lu Ming ignored the others and continued to say in disdain, Hurry up. I've said it before. You can't leave today. If you don't want to do it, then let me do it. Arrogant and ignorant, I'll kill you.
A cold-looking young man roared and stepped forward. A long spear appeared in his hand, emitting a shocking aura. This was a genius in the early stage of the martial ancestor realm level 8, and he was definitely a genius who had won 3 battles. Die! The cold-looking young man was very direct. He thrust his spear forward and a shocking spear radiance burst out. Your spear technique is not bad. Lu Ming smiled faintly and the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand. With a shake of his arm, the demon-subduing spear shot out. Clang! The spear's radiance rumbled as the 2 spears' tips stabbed into each other. A loud explosion caused ripples on the tips of the 2 spears. Explode! Lu Ming said softly. His surging essential qi gushed out madly. At the same time, the power of wind and fire suddenly erupted. Kacha! The cold-looking young man's spear, which was of upper level 4, made a cracking sound and cracked. Immediately, the cold-looking young man screamed and his body flew out like a cannonball. He flew hundreds of meters before he stopped. There were several gunshot wounds on his body and blood spurted out of his mouth. I've said it before. All you can do is talk. Once you start fighting, you're all useless. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Then, he shook the long spear and kept it. The demon-subduing spear should be a 4th-level spiritual weapon, but the material used was definitely a 5th-level spiritual weapon. It was extremely hard and could withstand Lu Ming's full-strength outburst. Sir, you do have some skill. Then I can't let you go today. Let's attack together and kill this person. Zhang Wantian's face was extremely solemn as he spoke slowly. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed was too shocking. Even he was not confident that he could win. The only way was to gather the strength of everyone in the 1,000 River region to kill Lu Ming. I told you all to attack together. Why did you wait until now? All right, the warm-up is over. I'll send you all on your way now. Lu Ming smiled faintly.
Kill! Kill!
Jiang Wantian was the first to shout, and a shocking aura rose from his body. Lu Ming felt that Jiang Wantian was not any weaker than Yu Feiyu.
But so what?
Other than Jiang Wantian, there were 5 other people who had also reached the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. In addition, there were more than a dozen 7th level martial ancestor realm experts. With so many experts attacking together, the power was simply earth-shaking.
Go to hell!
Young Master Tianxi and the others roared in their hearts. At the same time, they retreated quickly, afraid that they would be affected.
Lu Ming, be careful!
Jian Fengyun shouted. He wanted to help, but with so many experts attacking him at the same time and him already injured, he simply had no strength. Chapter 402 Kill Them All.
Die!
Nearly 20 geniuses of the 7th martial ancestor realm and above, each of whom was a World War II expert, attacked together. The entire space boiled as if it was about to explode. Sword chi, saber radiance, fist force, spear radiance, and many other things gathered together and blasted toward Lu Ming.
Bang!
Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground and his figure retreated rapidly. He retreated 1,000 meters in an instant. Then, he took a deep breath and his figure suddenly rose. Heaven's Path Palm.
Dang!
Lu Ming shouted and waved his palm. The spirit chi between heaven and earth instantly boiled and was drawn over. A huge palm print was formed and blasted towards Jiang Wantian and the others. The palm print had yet to arrive, but the terrifying chi movement already made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Jiang Wantian and the other geniuses from the Thousand River region were shocked because the power of this palm was too terrifying.
Not good.
Hold on. We must hold on. Jiang Wantian roared. Raging waves and stormy waves palm. Jiang Wantian bellowed and struck out with his palm. A huge river formed, and with the power of the raging waves, it blasted towards the Heaven Dao palm print. At the same time, all sorts of sword gleams and fist forces exploded out toward the Heaven Dao palm.
Boom! Boom!
With so many people joining forces, the might was truly terrifying. All sorts of attacks slammed into the Heaven Path palm print, causing loud rumbles to ring out continuously. After each rumbles, the might of the Heaven Path palm print would weaken by a little. By the time the 20+ attacks were exhausted, the Heaven's Path palm print's power was also nearly exhausted.
Haha, he blocked it.
Someone in the Thousand River region laughed. They thought that Lu Ming could only unleash such a powerful attack once at most. Why are you so happy? The second palm. A calm voice rang out as the second Heaven's Path palm print was formed.
Ah!
Why are there more? The experts of the Thousand River region were in despair. Then they burst out with all their strength and attacked.
Boom!
Once again, it clashed with the Heaven Path palm print. But this time, before the second palm print could cancel out, a third palm print formed in the sky and slammed down.
No!
Jiang Wantian and the others shouted in fear and despair.
Boom!
The third palm print slammed down, and they could no longer resist it. Some of the 7th level martial ancestor realm experts' bodies cracked as they were hit to the ground by the palm force and died instantly. A few of the 8th grade martial ancestor realm experts also spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. They were all seriously injured.
Kill!
Lu Ming did not give them any chance. With a wave of his hand, he condensed more than 10 long spears and shot them out. Zhang Wanchun and the others were all pierced by the long spear and nailed to the ground. In just a few breaths, the top 20 geniuses of the Thousand River region were all killed. At the scene, the remaining people looked at this scene in shock. Heavens, heavens, how could this be? How did this happen? Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun, who were from the Thousand River region, widened their eyes in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had killed one of the top 20 geniuses in the Thousand River region. How was this possible? They broke out in cold sweat and trembled. Young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the others were similar to Li Qiushui and the others. They were so scared that their guts were about to burst. Haven't you two always wanted to attack me? Now, I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun.
I. Plop. The autumn water was at a loss for words. Suddenly, he knelt down with a plop and let out a miserable cry. As long as you spare me, I will be willing to be your slave in the future. He screamed so miserably that it really made people cry. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He had been in this world for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such a weirdo. Martial artists were all prideful. Even if they were afraid of death, they would not shamelessly beg for mercy. Lu Ming, don't listen to them. As far as I know, Jiang Chun doesn't have an 80-year-old mother or a fiancé. He's defiled quite a number of young girls from good families. Jian Fengyun shouted. Jian Yu, why are you trying to harm me? Jiang Chun roared. You talk too much nonsense. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and 2 spear lights flew out. Li Autumn Water and Jiang Chun did not even have time to react and were nailed to the ground. Run, quickly run! There were still dozens of young men left in the Thousand River region, and they were running for their lives. Lu Ming took a glance but did not pursue. Most of the young men from the Thousand River region had no grudges with him. Lu Ming was not a bloodthirsty person and would not kill them all. Let's go! At this moment, young Master Tianxi and the others were also running in one direction. Lu Ming looked over coldly. Then, he took a step forward and his figure flashed. When he reappeared, he was already in front of young Master Tianxi and the rest. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? I know you're from the Blazing Sun Empire. If you dare to touch me, my family will definitely trample your empire to the ground. Young Master Tianxi was so scared that his face turned pale as he shouted. As long as all of you are dead, who will know it's me? Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He looked at Jian Fengyun and said, Brother Jian, why don't we do this? I'll leave these people to you. Since they wanted to kill Jian Fengyun, it would be perfect to let Jian Fengyun take care of it. Good, just what I want. Jian Fengyun flew over and looked at young Master Tianxi with cold eyes. Wei Tianxi, die! Jian Fengyun shouted coldly and unsheathed his sword. The powerful sword Qi pressed toward young Master Tianxi. Jian Fengyun, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Let's see who's stronger today. Seeing that he couldn't escape, young Master Tianxi went all out. Myriad snake sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh. Dense sword Qi suddenly shot out from young Master Tianxi's hand. The sword Qi was like a venomous snake, heading towards Jian Fengyun. One sword, the wind and clouds rise. Jian Fengyun said softly. Then, a beam of sword light suddenly rose and cut through the void. All the sword Qi released by young Master Tianxi was destroyed by the sword. Second sword, river of blood. Whoosh. The sword wind and cloud combined with the human world, and the sword light flashed. Puchi. Young Master Tianxi's throat suddenly burst out with blood. One sword to break the roar. Jian Fengyun, you. Young Master Tianxi let out a hiss and died. Run! Yan Feishuan was so shocked that he almost peed his pants. He turned around and ran. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, Yan Feishuan's head flew high up into the air. Then, with a flash of sword light, the remaining people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range all died under Jian Fengyun's sword. A traitor doesn't need to live in this world. Jian Fengyun murmured. He shook his sword and the blood on it flew out. Then he sheathed his sword. The Dragon Cave. Lu Ming nodded his head. Jian Fengyun's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th tier martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the 8th tier. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, he was indeed far ahead. He was much stronger than young Master Tianxi, who was in 2nd place. Of course, he was an exception. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me this time. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of these despicable people. Jian Fengyun walked over and cupped his fists to thank Lu Ming. Brother Jian, you don't have to be so polite. These people have always been my enemies. Even if this didn't happen, I would still kill them. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Jian Fengyun could not help but sigh in his heart. It had only been a short while, But Lu Ming's cultivation level had actually increased to a level that he could not even catch up to. It was truly shocking. He was certain that Lu Ming was not this powerful when he first entered the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Otherwise, he would not have let young Master Tianxi and the rest off. "Brother Lu, are you heading to the Dragon's Cave?" Jian Fengyun asked after a moment of silence. "Not bad." Lu Ming nodded his head. "That's great. We were going to the Dragon's Cave as well, but we didn't expect to meet the people from the Thousand River region on the way." Tianxi and the others actually surrendered to the Thousand River region. There were more than a dozen who didn't surrender, but they were all killed by them. Jian Fengyun said through gritted teeth. "Brother Lu, why don't we go together?" Then, Jian Fengyun's tone changed. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. The two of them immediately rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Dragon's Cave. When it was close to evening, they arrived at a strange place. From high up in the sky, one could see a series of enormous mountain ranges lying on the ground in front of them, like true dragons. It really did look like a real dragon. One could even vaguely distinguish the dragon's head and tail. This is where the dragon's den is. It's said that the real dragon's den is in the depths of this area. The vast area around the dragon's den is influenced by the dragon's den, causing the mountain range to take the shape of a dragon. Furthermore, there are many spiritual herbs and countless treasures. However, it's said that this area is usually covered by a large inscription formation. It's impossible to find or enter. I didn't expect it to really open now. Jian Fengyun muttered, his eyes bright. "Haha, that means our group is lucky. Let's go." With that, Lu Ming flew forward in a flash. What? When he entered the dragon's den, he was surprised. This was because he felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was even denser. It was very strange. There was only a thin line between them, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was completely different. Moreover, Lu Ming could feel that the dragon-shaped vital energy in his body was circulating faster. If he could cultivate here, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would be much faster than other places. After pondering for a while, the two of them continued forward. Soon night fell. When the two of them were on guard against those spirits, they realized that there were no spirits at all. Everything was normal. Could it be that the dragon's cave has isolated the entry of those spirits? Jian Fengyun made a guess. Lu Ming nodded. That was the only reason. However, this was a good thing. It saved him a lot of trouble. The two of them landed on a mountain peak and closed their eyes to meditate. Jian Fengyun had been slightly injured, but it was a good time to heal his injuries. After a night of silence, the two of them continued on their journey the next morning, towards the depths of this region. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from ahead. In front of him, a young man in black was running at high speed. Behind him, there were dozens of figures chasing him at high speed. "Xiaofan, you can't escape. Just accept your death obediently." Someone called out from behind. "The people who were with you are all dead. What's the point of you dragging out an ignoble existence?" A cold laugh rang out. In front of him, the young man in black was running at full speed without a word. "He's the strongest person in the Valley Wind Mountain Range, Xiaofan. I've met him once." Jian Fengyun whispered. Lu Ming took a glance and stood in the air. He had no intention of interfering. Lu Ming was not a kind person. He would not cause unnecessary trouble for someone he did not know. Since Lu Ming did not move, Jian Fengyun naturally did not move either. Xiaofan cast a glance at Lu Ming and the rest before he continued dashing forward. However, even if Lu Ming and the rest did not interfere, it did not mean that others would not cause trouble. Buzz! Buzz! With a flash, 7 to 8 figures surrounded Lu Ming. "Xiaofan, die!" Whoosh! A terrifying blade of light shot out from within that group of people, instantly shattering the void as it slashed towards Xiaofan at an unbelievable speed. Xiaofan let out a furious roar and tried his best to defend himself. However, he was struck so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, he was also surrounded by the group of people. "Everyone, what are you all doing? We don't seem to have any grudges. Jian Fengyun's expression changed. What are you doing? You two, hand over your storage rings. If you hand over your storage rings, I'll consider sparing your lives.
Among the people surrounding them, a skinny young man sneered.
My two brothers, don't listen to them. They are from the Savage Land, a large area. Even if you hand over your storage rings, they will still kill you. Not far away, Xiao Haoyu shouted. Savage Land. Jian Fengyun's expression changed. The Savage region was similar to the Thousand River region in that it was a large region. Among them, there were high-tier empires. Hee, Xiao Haoyu, what's the point of shouting so loudly? Do you think they can be spared from death if they don't hand over their storage rings? A young man with an unusually burly figure, about 2 to 3 meters tall, and muscles all over his body, who looked like a small giant, sneered. Get lost. Suddenly, a faint voice was heard. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with coldness. The voice came from Lu Ming. The young man from the barbaric area was stunned for a moment. Then someone's expression changed and he said coldly, Kid, what did you say? I told you to get lost. Don't you understand human language? I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. If you don't get lost after 3 breaths, then don't get lost. Lu Ming's voice was still unhurried, but the coldness in his voice was even stronger. Brat, you're looking for death. I'll crush all the bones in your body right now. There were 8 strong young men surrounding Lu Ming and his group. They took a big step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Bang! The next moment, the strong young man was sent flying a few thousand meters away by Lu Ming's kick. How dare you? How dare you fight back? Let's kill him together. The other 7 people roared in anger and attacked Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Following that, there were 7 loud bangs. Each of the 7 young men was kicked by Lu Ming and they flew a few thousand meters away. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and their bodies almost exploded. The expressions of the youth surrounding Xiao Haoyu changed drastically. Even the unusually burly young man's expression turned serious. Among the 8 youths, there were 7th-level martial arts grandmaster geniuses. However, they were still sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming's ability was shocking. This time, I'll be kind and spare your lives. Hurry up and get lost. Lu Ming berated. Brat, you have some strength. Let me test you. As long as you can defeat me, I'll turn around and leave. The unusually burly young man moved and appeared in front of Lu Ming. The corpse whose blood was sucked dry. Brother, be careful. This person is the strongest in the desolate wildlands. His cultivation is in the middle of the martial arts grandmaster 8 Dan. He has surpassed the 3 battle geniuses and is extremely powerful. Xiao Haoyu shouted. Hee, it's too late to know now. Great Desolation Divine Fist. The burly young man roared and punched. This punch caused the entire world to shake. It was as if a continuous mountain range was crashing toward Lu Ming. Moreover, a vast mountain floated above the burly young man's head, and 5 Asilavira chakras shone brightly. The explosion of his bloodline made his punch even more powerful. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Boom! 1 punch and 1 kick, they clashed together. Then, everyone saw the burly young man's fist force collapse in an instant, and his steel-like muscles trembled rapidly. Bang! The next moment, his body was like a deflated leather ball, flying back madly. He flew all the way to 3,000 meters before he barely stopped, blood spurting out of his mouth. Go, quickly go! The burly young man roared and ran away without hesitation. The other people in the savage land were even more scared out of their wits. It was as if their butts were on fire as they jumped several thousand meters away. In an instant, all the people in the savage area fled. Lu Ming did not pursue them. He would just teach these people a lesson. You too, thank you for saving me. You're Jian Fengyun. At this moment, Xiao Haoyu flew over and looked at Jian Fengyun carefully. His eyes flashed as if he had recognized Jian Fengyun. Brother Xiao, It's been a few years since we last met. How have you been? Jian Fengyun laughed. Brother Jian, it's really you. I didn't recognize you just now. May I know who this is? Xiao Haoyu looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with shock. He had easily defeated the most powerful expert in the Savage Land.
With such strength, he could be ranked at the top among all the geniuses who entered the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld this time.
Xiao Haoyu guessed that Lu Ming might be a genius from some super region. This is Lu Ming, Brother Lu. He's the supreme talent of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. As Jian Fengyun introduced Xiao Haoyu, his tone unknowingly carried a sense of pride. What? Brother Lu is a heaven's favorite of the Cloud Emperor mountain range? Xiao Haoyu exclaimed in disbelief. What's wrong? Brother Xiao doesn't believe it. There's nothing to hide. Jian Fengyun said. I am indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range, Lu Ming smiled. I didn't expect the Cloud Emperor mountain range to have a heaven's favorite like Brother Lu. It's really an eye-opener. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Hey, Xiao Haoyu, what do you mean by that? It seems that our Cloud Emperor mountain range can't produce someone like Brother Lu? Jian Fengyun's eyes widened. Brother Jian, you've misunderstood me. I didn't mean it that way. Xiao Haoyu smiled wryly and said hurriedly. Brother Lu, Brother Jian, are you going to the Dragon's Cave? He quickly changed the topic. Not bad. The two of them nodded. Then why don't we go together? Xiao Haoyu said. Lu Ming did not object. Since Lu Ming did not object, Jian Fengyun naturally did not object either. Lu Ming naturally had his own thoughts. Xiao Haoyu was the strongest person in his region, and his talent and combat strength were not inferior to Jian Fengyun's. It would not be much of a problem for him to join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. In the future, when he joined the Detian Divine Guards, Lu Ming would not know a single person. There were only benefits and no disadvantages in befriending a few more people. The three of them moved forward together. On the way, Lu Ming also found out why Xiao Haoyu was being hunted down by the people in the Savage Land. The reason was that the experts from the various large regions were all hunting down the experts from the small regions, especially the strongest experts from the small regions. They all had hopes of joining the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards, so if they killed these people, the competition in the large regions would become a little less, and perhaps more people would join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. It seems that the later it gets, the more chaotic it will be. Jian Fengyun sighed. Only a little more than a month had passed, and those big regions had already started to hunt down the masters from the small regions. He really didn't know how chaotic it would be in the later stages. This was the goal of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Only by withstanding the numerous dangers and tests could one become an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. The three of them advanced, but their speed wasn't very fast. They were all flying at a low altitude, and as they flew, they searched for spirit herbs. The Dragon's Lair was a place where many heavenly treasures were born. However, along the way, the three of them didn't gain much. In many places they saw many pits. Obviously, others had been one step ahead and dug out the spiritual herbs. This area was really vast. The three of them had flown for tens of thousands of miles, but they still had not reached the real Dragon's Cave. Guys, look! There's a corpse over there. Jian Fengyun suddenly shouted. Lu Ming and Xiao Haoyu also saw that there were a large number of corpses lying in the valley below. Let's go and take a look. The three of them flew down, and their expressions changed when they saw what was inside. In the valley, there were no less than 100 corpses. All of them were dead. The most shocking thing was that these corpses had all become mummies. It was as if all the blood and chi essence in his body had been sucked away. What a strange way of dying. Could it be some strange monster? Xiao Haoyu sucked in a breath of cold air and furrowed his brows. Lu Ming also frowned and pondered. His blood and essence had been sucked dry. It was truly evil. For example, the bloodline of the 9 dragons could only devour blood essence and bloodline power. It would not devour ordinary blood. Then, the three of them continued to move forward. Not far away, they saw another pile of corpses. They were also dried up. That's the people from the Savage Lands. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed.
Some of these corpses were particularly burly, and from their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the savage area.
Even the most powerful man in the savage land is dead, Jian Fengyun said in a deep voice.
Among the many corpses, one of them was particularly burly.
According to his attire, he was the most powerful man in the savage land who had been chased away by Lu Ming. This area is too eerie. How did they die? Jian Fengyun said. Both Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu looked grim. Even the most powerful man in the savage land had died in this place. It was too terrifying.
Let's leave this place,
Lu Ming said. Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu nodded. Immediately, the three of them soared into the sky and left the place.
However, hundreds of miles away, they saw dozens of corpses that had died in the same way as the previous ones.
I have a feeling that something big is going to happen in this trip to the Dragon's Cave, Xiao Haoyu said in a low voice. After that, there was a moment of silence.
Before long, the three of them had traveled another 10,000 miles.
There are so many people there. What are they doing? Suddenly, Jian Fengyun said. Not far to the right, there was a huge cliff. Under the cliff, one could see many people gathered.
Let's go and take a look,
Lu Ming said. The three of them flew over.
What a powerful sword intent that Gu has. As they flew closer, the three of them saw that there was a sword mark that was 100 meters long on the cliff.
The sword mark emitted a mysterious sword intent. Super region. Bas. The three of them landed at the bottom of the cliff. There were already more than 20 people gathered at the bottom of the cliff. These 20 people were in different positions and were far away from each other. Some people were sitting cross-legged, as if they were comprehending something. Some of them were looking at the sword marks on the cliff wall seriously. At this point they could see even more clearly. On the huge cliff wall, there was a slanted sword mark that was more than 100 meters long. It was deeply engraved on the cliff wall and was filled with an ancient aura. No one knew how long it had been passed down. An extremely profound sword essence spread out. Lu Ming stared at the sword mark carefully. All of a sudden, the sword mark enlarged in Lu Ming's eyes. In the end, the entire world changed. The heavens and earth turned into a battlefield, and the shouts of "kill" suppressed the heavens. Suddenly, a sword light came from afar. It was boundless and indescribable. When the sword light came out, the sky was split. The sword gleam was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. It contained an unparalleled killing intent.
Ah! Lu Ming bellowed and retreated rapidly.
The environment changed. Lu Ming realized that he was still under the cliff. He took 3 steps back, leaving 3 footprints on the ground.
Whew!
Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The sword attack just now was like facing the god of death.
Around him, some people glanced at him and then turned their heads away, not finding it strange.
Brother Lu, are you all right? Jian Fengyun looked at Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming shook his head. Brother Lu, you are truly a peerless talent. You were able to stay in that sword intent for half an hour, and when you woke up, you only took 3 steps back. I only had 10 minutes just now, and I almost vomited blood when I woke up. Xiao Haoyu said with a smile. It's a pity that Brother Lu doesn't cultivate the sword. Otherwise, you'd definitely become a peerless swordsman. Jian Fengyun said. Half an hour. Lu Ming was very surprised. Just now, he only felt that a while had passed. Unexpectedly, half an hour had already passed. Brother Lu, Brother Xiao and I plan to stay here to comprehend the sword intent here. I'm afraid we can't go to the Dragon's Cave with you. Jian Fengyun looked at Lu Ming apologetically. It doesn't matter. This sword intent was probably left behind by a peerless swordsman. For a swordsman, it's a supreme opportunity. If I were a swordsman, I'd probably stay and cultivate too. Lu Ming said with a smile. They were all martial artists, so he could understand what Jian Fengyun and the others were thinking. This sword scar was too tempting for a sword cultivator. It was hard to resist. If one could comprehend a trace of it, it would be very useful. Compared to the Dragon's Cave, this place was more practical for them. To Lu Ming, It was better for Jian Fengyun and the others to stay here. He would be able to do more by exploring the dragon's cave alone. I hope that Brother Lu will have a great harvest in the dragon's cave. Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu cupped their fists together. We'll meet again. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then turned into a ray of light, soared into the sky and disappeared. After that, Lu Ming no longer slowed down to search for the spiritual herbs. Instead, he flew at high speed. Along the way, Lu Ming saw a few fights, but he ignored them and passed by them in a flash. Who's that? Half a day later, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was at least a few thousand miles long. It was winding and laid on the ground. Lu Ming could barely see the outline of the mountain range from a few hundred miles away. From afar, this mountain range really looked like a true dragon. It had 5 dragon claws, and its body was covered in scales formed from various rocks. There were also 2 dragon horns on its head. Its shape was exactly the same as the true dragon in the legends. This is the legendary Dragon Mountain. We've arrived at the dragon's cave. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he quickly headed toward the dragon's head. As they neared, they discovered that this mountain range was truly too majestic. Its high point pierced through the clouds. When Lu Ming arrived at the dragon's head, he realized that many people had already arrived. At a glance, there were no less than 2,000 people. More than 2,000 people were scattered around a lake, which was very wide. Above the lake was the dragon head of the Dragon Mountain. The dragon's head was open, revealing a dark cave. At that moment, something strange was happening. The water in the lake formed a column from the bottom to the top and flew into the dragon's mouth. It looked like a real dragon was absorbing water. This was the phenomenon of a waterspout. Legend had it that the real dragon's den was right under this lake. Once the lake water was sucked dry, the real dragon's den would be revealed. Thousands of people were waiting around the lake. Lu Ming landed and mixed in with the crowd. Brother Fong, why are there only a few of you left in the flowing water bay area? Someone was chatting beside him. Sigh, the others are all dead. They were killed by people from the big areas. What about you guys? Why don't you have many people? Don't mention it. We also encountered a big region and attacked without any reason. The strongest people in our region were killed. On the other hand, we, who are not strong, escaped the disaster. However, the people from the big region behind also died. I saw their bodies and their blood was sucked dry. It was extremely terrifying. What? Did you guys see the corpses that had their blood sucked dry? We also saw it. Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that the incident of his blood being sucked dry was not only happening in the area that he had passed by, but also in other areas. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. After half a day, there were no less than 3,000 people here. A portion of the water on the lake's surface had also been reduced. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Dozens of young men and women stepped on the air and arrived. Each of these people had a terrifying aura. They all had one thing in common. The men were very handsome and the women were beautiful. The people from Phoenix Lake area are here. Someone exclaimed. It's over. I didn't expect that even the geniuses from the Phoenix Lake area would come. Are we still going to get a share of the dragon's cave? Someone sighed. Lu Ming's heart was moved. He had naturally heard of the Phoenix Lake region. It was a region that was even more powerful than a large region like the Thousand River region. It was known as a super region. In a large region, there would only be one high-tier empire. In a super region, there would be at least 2, or even 3 or 4, advanced empires. They were extremely powerful and had many geniuses. It was said that there were 3 high-level empires, medium-level empires, and low-level empires in the Phoenix Lake area. There were more than 1,000 of them, which was much more powerful than the Cloud Emperor mountain range area. Look, the one wearing the phoenix robe is the strongest person in the Phoenix Lake region, the #1 genius, Qi Xian. It's said that he is a 4-battle genius and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th grade martial ancestor realm. What? A 4-battle genius? The peak of martial ancestor 8 Dan, is that terrifying? Of course, that's the strongest person in a super region, He's known as a peerless genius. Lu Ming looked over as well.
Indeed, among the people from Phoenix Lake, he saw a handsome young man in his early 20s, who was dressed in a phoenix robe.
He was Huang Qixuan.
However, his eyes looked extremely cold and arrogant.
He was not the only one. The rest of the people from Phoenix Lake had similar expressions. They had cold and arrogant looks on their faces as they hovered in the air not far away from Lu Ming and the rest. Extremely overbearing. Buzz, buzz. Right at this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds rang out in the distance, attracting everyone's attention. That's the genius from the Blazing Flame Mountain region. The people from the Blazing Flame Mountain region have also come. Another super region. How can we have a share in this? And the most powerful man in the Flaming Mountains, Bu Fifan, is here. When this group of people arrived, everyone burst out in another wave of exclamations. Even the geniuses from the Phoenix Lake area were frowning.
Ha ha ha, Huang Qixuan, I didn't expect you to be here too.
The geniuses from the Flaming Mountain region stopped on the other side of the lake, putting some distance between them and the people from the Phoenix Lake region. A young man with long fiery red hair laughed. Bu Fifan, if you can come, I can naturally come too. Huang Qixuan sneered. Haha, it's really lively. Let's join. With a loud laugh, dozens of rainbow lights came rapidly from the sky. The rainbow light dissipated, revealing dozens of young figures, who stopped on the other side of the lake. It's the people from the Yang Spring Valley area. The super region, Yangchuan Valley. Some people were already in despair. Super regions had arrived one after another, and the strongest people were all among them. The arrival of the Yang Spring Valley area made the faces of Bu Fifan, Huang Qixuan, and the others sink. To the north of this lake was the dragon head of Dragon Mountain. The three super regions stopped in the east, south, and west of the lake. It was obvious that they were wary of each other. Following that, more and more people arrived, but no one was able to attract the attention of the three super regions.
Half an hour later, a young man in a grey robe with a long sword in his arms appeared above the lake without a sound. This young man had an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in a grey robe and looked very old.
He stood quietly in the air. However, Huang Qixuan, Bu Fifan, and the strongest expert in the Yang Spring Valley, Sun Chu, all changed their expressions when they saw this person. Xian Feng of the ancient barren city. Huang Qixuan said solemnly. As soon as he said this, it caused a commotion. What? Ancient desolate city? Could this person be someone from the ancient barren city? It's said that the ancient barren city is extremely mysterious. Very few people come out, but once they do, they're peerless monsters. If this person is from the ancient barren city, then he's terrifying. It seems like the Dragon's Cave is very attractive to these peerless geniuses. There's going to be a good show to watch this time. While the crowd was discussing, Xian Feng of the ancient barren city still held his sword in his arms and remained silent. His expression didn't even change. Huang Qixuan and the others looked at Xian Feng with a little fear and did not say a word. Following that, the number of people increased, and it quickly broke through 4,000. At a glance, the lake was surrounded by people. Huang Qixuan's eyes swept over and revealed a look of disgust. He said coldly, "A bunch of trash wants to get their hands on the treasures in the Dragon's Cave. They're really delusional and overconfident." Many people's faces changed, but for fear of the Phoenix Lake area and Huang Qixuan's strength, no one dared to say anything. Humph, what a bunch of trash. Huang Qixuan snorted, then said to Bu Fifan and Sun Chu, "Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, why don't we do this? Before we enter the Dragon's Cave, let's clean up all these garbage. What do you think?" "All right. I was thinking the same thing." Bu Fifan and Sun Chu both nodded. The others' expressions changed drastically. The people from the larger regions can stay. Fly to the sky. As for the trash from the smaller regions, get out of my way and don't get in the way. Huang Qixuan's eyes were like lightning as he looked around and scolded loudly. Upon hearing this, the experts from the larger regions all heaved a sigh of relief and flew up into the sky, distancing them slaviers from the people from the smaller regions. The rest were all people from small areas. The people in the small area had ugly expressions. They looked at each other, but no one left. Who would be willing to leave so easily? It seems that you guys aren't going to get lost, right? Huang Qishuan's eyes turned cold. Huang Qishan, you guys are too overbearing. The Dragon's Cave is a land without an owner. Anyone can come and get an opportunity. Why should it be occupied by you? I'm not convinced. There are so many of us here, we don't have to be afraid of you. Not bad. Someone shouted. Oh, it seems like you're not going to leave? Huang Qishan sneered, then he looked at Bu Fifan and Sun Chu and said, You two, each of us will take a direction. How about this, we'll each clear a direction and see which side is faster. Good, this is interesting. Just what I wanted. Bu Fifan and Sun Chu both laughed. Then let's begin. Buzz. As soon as Huang Qishuan's voice fell, his figure flashed like lightning. Ah! A shrill scream was heard and everyone saw that a young man's heart was pierced by Huang Qishuan's claw. The young man let out a desperate roar and finally stopped breathing. You're just a piece of trash, yet you talk so much. Die! Huang Qishan sneered. Whoever doesn't get lost will die in the next moment. A cold voice came out of Huang Qishuan's mouth. Damn it, they're going too far. If we work together, we don't have to be afraid of them. A tall young man roared, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. He was at the peak of the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. He was a genius who was not weaker than Jian Fengyun. He was most likely the strongest person in a small area. Then we'll die together. Huang Qishan sneered and his figure rushed towards the young man. Kill! The young man roared and slashed out a shocking saber ray. But in the next moment Puchi! Huang Qishuan's claws seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The blade light was shattered and then, like the previous person, his heart was pierced. The strongest person in a small area had died. A piece of trash dares to make such a big fuss? You're looking for death. A red light flashed on Huang Qishuan's claws, but not a single drop of blood was stained. The others were extremely frightened. He was too strong, and they were no match for him at all. The strongest expert of a small region was killed in a single move. The gap was too great. If you don't retreat within 3 breaths, kill without mercy. Huang Qishuan's eyes were cold as he scanned the surroundings. Buzz! Buzz! The masters of Phoenix Lake moved quickly, exuding powerful auras. Let's go, let's go! Finally, someone roared and retreated unwillingly. Let's go too! Helplessly, the people in the small area all retreated. As for the other 2 directions, they were in a similar situation. After a few experts were killed, they also retreated helplessly. After a few breaths, only the people in the area were left. Of course, Shen Feng had been holding his sword and did not move. Huang Qishan and the others naturally would not touch him. In an instant, all the people in the small area had left. No, there was only one person left. That was Lu Ming. Initially, Lu Ming was at the east side of the lake. Phoenix Lake was in charge of this side. At this time, he was standing there alone and appeared very conspicuous. The geniuses from Phoenix Lake, Flaming Mountain Range, Yangchuan Valley, and other large areas all looked at Lu Ming. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.